The brilliant cherry blossom spring of 12th grade is also the time when the graduation countdown has less than 100 short days left. In the dreamy atmosphere of youth, seniors whisper to each other about a harsher reality. That the fragile beauty of cherry blossoms is actually a symbol signaling an extremely brutal midterm exam season. Sarah Moon, a female student in the liberal arts track, is stunned looking at her transcript, shockingly asking her teacher if this is some kind of cruel joke. The poor girl bursts into tears, anxiously asking her teacher whether the school will send the grades via text message to her parents right away. Meanwhile at home, her older brother casually takes a sip of water and asks in a bored tone what kind of trouble is happening again. Sarah's mother both scolds and complains that her blood pressure is skyrocketing because those disastrous grades will prevent her from even stepping foot onto a college campus. She continues to yell that even the lowest-tier cram schools will reject her, making Sarah secretly think to herself that they only care about money, yet like to act picky. Seeing the situation becoming too tense, the older brother suddenly remembers and suggests to his mother that he has an old friend who is looking for a tutoring job. Both mother and daughter are stunned hearing him reveal that the friend is currently a student at Hankook University, an extremely prestigious top-tier school. The brother casually announces that he has sent the contact information to her phone while the mother still keeps a terrifyingly stern face, making Sarah incredibly restless. The girl stammers out the word, tutor, with extreme anxiety clearly showing on her face. Accepting her fate, she collapses onto the desk with a pen in hand, secretly thinking that her mother has finally found a private tutor for her. Suddenly, a vision pops into her head of a friend of her brother's with a bulging muscular body and an indescribably goofy smile. Sarah shudders in disgust at her imagination. Right at that moment, the doorbell rings, startling her out of her trance. The mother quickly goes to open the door with an incredibly eager attitude, excitedly asking if the tutor has just arrived. She is stunned by the appearance of the young man in front of her, continuously praising him for being truly popular and having a special charm. Responding to that praise is a brightly elegant smile and an extremely polite greeting to the lady of the house. A young man with top-tier looks officially reveals himself, smiling friendly and taking the initiative to greet Sarah with a warm, deep voice. At this point, Sarah just stares blankly without blinking, silently marveling to herself that this tutor turns out to be handsome beyond imagination. The tutor suggests treating the first session as a light orientation, making Sarah flustered upon noticing the alluring scent of cologne radiating from him. Because they sit so close, she can even sense the faint scent of a shampoo, causing her mind to momentarily become distracted by his captivating presence. Sarah thinks to herself that with his perfect face and the title of a Hankook University student, he must surely be an incredibly popular figure at school. She gathers all her courage to break the ice by curiously asking about when his friendship with her older brother began. He smiles, revealing that he and Sang-hyuk have been close friends since their middle school years. Sarah excitedly jokes that her brother was a total loser back then, and then guesses his major is social work because of his overly friendly personality. The humorous remark makes the tutor laugh heartily and praise her sharpness, making the high school girl feel secretly proud of her own wit. Time quietly passes by to the ticking of the clock next to the smoldering fireplace, marking a first lesson filled with laughter. At the end of the lesson, he gently reminds her to fully complete her homework and does not forget to say he will see her next time. The two happily wave goodbye to each other at the door, wrapping up a highly promising start to an exciting tutor-student relationship. Sarah dazes out, telling herself that the teacher has a strange charm that makes her just want to talk with him forever. Rumors about the top-tier tutor quickly spread to class 3 to 5. Sarah's close friend group immediately surrounds her, demanding to verify his good looks. The short-haired friend asks for his name with determination to immediately carry out the mission of tracking down his Instagram account. Seowon Kim's profile appears incredibly impressive, making the three mischievous girls nod in acknowledgement of his highly captivating personal style. The sisterhood gasps at his popularity upon seeing a photo of him sitting on the stairs looking all romantic with a cup of coffee in his hand. The deeper they scroll, a mysterious face-covered selfie makes the girls go even crazier over his unhideable masculinity. The whole group simultaneously drops their jaws in amazement, completely conquered by the tutor's star-quality appearance. Seeing that the situation seems to be getting out of control, Sara frantically rushes in to demand her phone back, but is brushed off by her mischievous friends. She tearfully tries to stop them, terrified that if they keep watching his story highlights, someone might accidentally hit the like button. Finally, Sara has to desperately beg the whole group to switch to a burner account to ensure secrecy for this snooping endeavor. Sara's trembling hands wrestle for the phone with her friends until an unwanted accident suddenly happens. That is when her finger accidentally taps the like button on the tutor's post in utter shock. The bright red heart icon pops up along with the number of likes that just increased by 1 unit, as if mocking her mistake. Sara rolls her eyes back and screams in a panic, her face flushed red with embarrassment and regret engulfing her mind. The girl collapses onto the floor with a broken heart, silently lamenting that she has just been caught red-handed as someone who creeps on other people's private lives. Then she laughs through her tears at the irony of fate, telling herself that she is truly done for and has no face left to see her teacher again. Right at that moment, a flashing notification pops up, indicating that Seowon's account had started following her back a few minutes ago. Perhaps he was drawn to Sara's incredibly pretty profile pictures, where she flashed a radiant and charming smile, or the melancholic, moody gaze in her poetic frames made it impossible for him not to be curious about his new student. He also could not take his eyes off the girl's vibrant playfulness as she struck adorable poses in front of the camera lens. Sara stares at the phone screen in shock, silently marveling that his beauty truly surpasses all normal standards. The girl pulls her hair and screams in the middle of the room, struggling to suppress the weakness strongly erupting inside her mind, until the personal photos on her phone are accidentally exposed to her classmates. The sisterhood gets a chance to mock her mercilessly and bluntly criticize her intention to use them as profile pictures. Sara turns pale, terrified that the tutor will read her secretive confessions, while her friends keep incessantly teasing her about this new relationship. A battle plan for the tutoring session is meticulously drawn up, including stalking his social media and touching up her makeup to look truly dazzling. She confidently fixes her bangs to perfection, feeling full of pride when compared to being as pretty as a top-tier idol. Eun Pa-yoon, a sharp classmate from the science track, begins to grow suspicious upon witnessing Sara's bizarre behavior throughout the class. Despite her firm assertion that she is not daydreaming about anyone, Sara is still surrounded and teased by her friends about her lovesickness, making Eun-pa unable to hold back and immediately demanding to know the identity of the lucky guy who caught her eye. A female classmate casually asks around to confirm that the person Sara is secretly crushing on is the tutor, who happens to be her brother's best friend. Upon hearing this, Eun-pa smirks sarcastically, saying that falling for a tutor is only for childish brats, which makes Sara furious for being looked down upon. The boy suddenly freezes upon remembering that it is Sang-hyuk's friend, the one who grew up and played closely with them since childhood. Ignoring all the teasing, Sara focuses intently on the book in her hands and mutters to memorize new vocabulary with a determined look on her face. Eun-pa seriously warns her that if her grades remain disastrous, her parents will definitely fire that tutor immediately. Despite the harsh reality, she still strolls along and repeatedly recites the words she just learned as a way to reassure herself. Witnessing his friend's weird attitude, Eun-pa is dumbfounded, wondering if he is falling into a romance comic book plot. He silently observes Sara studying diligently, secretly realizing the girl's extraordinary effort pouring all her mind into her books. He presses her, asking if she is determined to get into the prestigious Hankook University just to have a chance to be near the one she loves. Even though her friend continuously interrogates her about dating plans, Sara frowns and snaps that high school seniors no longer have time for idle daydreams. Sara screams with determination that she will definitely date him despite all deterrents. She even boldly declares that she will marry him and give birth to brilliant children who will also attend the prestigious Hankook University. When suddenly her older brother Sang-hyuk appears and asks if the two of them are still walking home together as usual. Eun-pa frowns and yells back that in fact, the older brother is the one secretly stalking and tailing them. Sang-hyuk can only force a smile at that hot-headedness and casually remarks that the two of them are truly a match made in heaven, making Sara furiously red in the face, screaming to ask on what grounds he dares to assert such a ridiculous thing. She suddenly stops in her tracks, her eyes widening in astonishment when she sees a familiar silhouette standing right behind him. Seowon smiles softly, explaining that he just accidentally bumped into Sang-hyuk on the street, so both of them decided to come over together. Sara is so embarrassed that her head spins. She secretly thinks she is truly doomed for letting him hear those impulsive words. The story title, A Caring Tutor, promises to bring hilariously awkward situations between a stubborn schoolgirl and a talented tutor. In the quiet room, Seowon begins the lesson by patiently explaining the material, while Sara still cannot fully concentrate. The girl steals glances at his nonchalant expression, secretly worrying whether he heard her grand declarations out on the street or not. He tilts his head slightly and asks if what he just explained is easy to understand, leaving Sara wondering if he truly does not know or is just trying to act cool. Her inner self screams in regret, silently blaming why her brother had to appear at the wrong time to make everything so complicated. Right at that moment, Seowon moves closer and reminds his student to quickly come back down to earth to focus entirely on her studies. Sara snaps out of her vague train of thought. She hurriedly bows her head to apologize and makes an effort to cast away the distractions engulfing her mind. Although he always appears sweet and amiable, Sara still feels uncertain because she doesn't know for sure her true position in the teacher's heart. She recalls the trembling feeling of embarrassment when the two started following each other's Instagram, yet he remains as casual as if nothing happened. Sara rests her chin on her hand in thought, her eyes looking far away, full of anxiety, because up until now he has remained completely silent, not touching upon that social media incident at all. When the distance between their faces becomes suffocatingly close, she can only silently gaze at him with an indescribably wistful feeling. Sara secretly thinks that she would rather he just tease her about creeping on his personal page. At least then she could treat it as a joke to save face. Because she cannot endure the suffocating silence, she boldly asks Seowon to confirm again that he is her older brother's best friend. She curiously asks if he used to live around this area back in the day and receives a completely nonchalant nod of confirmation from the other side. He reveals that he originally graduated from Cheongsil Boys High School located right next door to hers, making everything suddenly become strangely close. Sara flashes a radiant smile, then playfully asserts that with these top-tier looks, her teacher must have definitely been the most popular male idol of the school. Seowon ponders slightly at the sweet praise from his little student, his delicate side profile still maintaining a highly mysterious calmness. Sara nervously observes every single micro-expression on his face, her sparkling eyes unable to hide her admiration, mixed with anticipation. After a prolonged moment of silence, a subtle smile full of hidden meaning begins to appear on the lips of the talented tutor. He bursts into hearty laughter, then jokes that it was originally an all-boys school, so being popular or not was basically useless anyway. That smile makes Sara's heart tighten again, feeling that he is tactfully drawing a boundary, or perhaps it is just her being overly paranoid. Seowon suddenly called Sara's name, breaking the quiet atmosphere and startling the little student out of her train of thought. He looked straight into her eyes and curiously asked if she and the boy from earlier were really a close couple. Sara was so stunned she was speechless, her heart pounding because she didn't expect him to proactively show interest in her private relationships. She hurriedly explained that they had been friends since elementary school, so they were always attached at the hip, while secretly overjoyed to see him starting to ask personal questions. Seowon slightly smirked and casually remarked that the boy seemed to be the type who is very popular with girls at school. Taking that opportunity, Sara playfully asked back if he thought she would also become that popular. The tutor burst into a radiant laugh and firmly affirmed that once she stepped into college, she would become the center of everyone's attention. Before Sara's bewildered look, he nonchalantly explained that he didn't mean anything deep, just that he realized the other boy was genuinely very handsome. Their eyes suddenly met in a quiet moment, where invisible emotions began to creep into both of their minds. Sara spaced out, then softly gasped in satisfaction, secretly enjoying the sweet feeling spreading after a tutoring session full of pleasant surprises. Sara wonderingly asked him if his praise from earlier was actually well-intentioned or just a clever sarcasm. Seowon just silently observed his student, his thoughtful face not revealing any thoughts, making Sara dazedly follow her teacher's every gesture, silently wondering about the prolonged, tense silence. Outside, the high-rise buildings remained silent under the sun, as if watching the little girl's flustered moment. He quietly turned his back to her to change his posture, this distance making Sara feel incredibly insecure and lost. Her eyes suddenly widened in horror as a bad premonition began to creep deep into her mind. Seowon chuckled softly and reminded her to daydream less, because if she wanted to send her children to Hankook University, the mother had to study hard first. Immediately, Sara's face turned blazing red, shockingly realizing he had heard her entire marriage declaration from earlier. In extreme embarrassment, she could only stare out the window trying to avoid his gaze, then gathered all her courage to ask back if he preferred iced Americanos or the sweetness of a latte. Sara secretly admired Seowon's maturity seeing him drink unsweetened iced coffee. Then she recalled the reason the two of them had to sit at a cafe. It all started from the ear-piercing noises echoing from the bathroom undergoing a major renovation right in her apartment. She frowned and covered her ears to block out the horrible noise, anxiously asking her mother when the repair process would finish. Her mother calmly handed her a bank card and suggested the teacher and student move to a cafe to study until the house was quiet again. Sara was stunned by the proposal. She nervously tied her hair up while secretly reconfirming that she would be alone with him. Immediately, the girl sneakily jumped for joy, silently sending sincere thanks to her mother for creating an opportunity for a real date. However, when Seowon proactively offered to pay for the drinks, Sara puffed her cheeks and stubbornly declared that he shouldn't dream of paying for anything for her. But right after, she absent-mindedly stared at his figure, her heart constantly skipping a beat at his irresistible charm. In Sara's eyes right now, her teacher seemed to radiate the brilliant aura of a college boy who is both worldly and incredibly romantic. She sighed softly, noticing his subtle fashion style, secretly feeling she seemed too plain in comparison when standing next to him. Sara looked back at her polished appearance from her hair to her nails, secretly lamenting that no matter how hard she tried, she still looked like nothing but a little schoolgirl. Seowon announced that he would go get the drinks and reminded her to focus on solving the pile of homework while he was away, and Sara nodded slightly in agreement. The tutor headed toward the counter, his tall figure and calm aura immediately catching the attention of everyone around. The cafe staff girl suddenly became flustered, her eyes unable to hide her shyness, when facing Seowon's top-tier face standing right in front of her. The espresso machine sounded steadily, while Seowon stood waiting quietly, completely unaware that he was the center of admiring gazes. Meanwhile, at the study table, Sara rested her chin in thought with a pen in her hand, her mind wandering away from the dry homework to remember the moments with her teacher. A dark shadow suddenly fell from behind, startling the little student, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized someone was approaching very closely. It turned out to be Seowon, leaning down to place the tray of food on the table, his strong masculine cologne once again making Sara's heart flutter wildly. But he casually explained that it was actually just a cleaning staff member passing by right behind her back. Sara softly touched a lock of her hair, her mind blankly telling herself she was being too sensitive for thinking her teacher was about to make some unexpected romantic move. Seowon asked about her progress on solving the exercises, then explained that tutoring was his part-time job, making Sara curiously ask more about his other experiences. The girl rested her chin dreamily and confessed that she had always longed to try working in a romantic cafe space just once. Sara excitedly praised the stylish barista uniforms, secretly thinking it was truly an aesthetic and interesting profession. Seeing the police officer outside, he joked that they came to arrest her for the crime of being lazy at studying, making Sara pout and then bow her head down to her pile of books. When the sunset began to dye the high-rise buildings golden, Seowon softly spoke up to announce that it was time for today's lesson to end. He told her to quickly pack her things up while he himself took the empty drink tray back to the cafe's service counter. Seowon breezed through the crowd with a captivating demeanor, making a young girl walking by suddenly daze out and unable to take her eyes off him. That woman secretly marveled that nowadays group study or tutoring at cafes seemed to have become a very popular trend. Recalling the image of the poised young man dedicatedly tutoring his little student, her heart suddenly surged with nostalgia for her school days. Sara quietly put each book into her yellow backpack, secretly committing to memory the peaceful and warm moment beside her teacher in the late afternoon. Watching Seowon's tall back, Sara silently pondered the invisible power hidden within uniforms. That attire was what defined a person, drawing a clear boundary between a poised cafe staff member and a schoolgirl. She recalled how painstakingly she had prepared, from pampering her lips to ironing her jacket flat just to look for a chance. But when she looked down at her hands tightly gripping the backpack in her lap, Sara suddenly realized all her efforts seemed to still not be enough, because the uniform on her body was the clearest mark affirming she would forever only be a little schoolgirl in his eyes. The distance between the two of them suddenly became immensely endless, an invisible boundary she felt was so hard to overcome. Seowon turned his head slightly, smiled, and gently asked if she had finished packing her things to go home with him. Sara dazedly traced every feature on his face, her eyes clearly showing confusion mixed with a bit of endless lingering regret. As both walked together on the bustling street, she secretly told herself that those far-fetched wishes were truly impossible. Sara's sad eyes watched a pouting couple walking by, secretly wishing she could also have such a natural bond. An accidental physical touch from the couple on the street made Sara inevitably feel melancholy witnessing their sweetness. The girl secretly admired the stranger's pretty appearance and told herself that dresses were indeed the ultimate weapons for dates. Looking back at herself, she felt so ridiculous to have ever blushed just because of the action of slightly rolling up her uniform's skirt hem. Witnessing her teacher's poised demeanor, Sara made up her mind that next time she would shed the uniform to wear her most dazzling outfits. Right at that moment, Seowon unexpectedly spoke up asking if she felt hungry and wanted to go grab something to eat with him before heading home. Being too flustered, Sara hurriedly turned down the meal invitation and mumbled in reply that she was only craving a bit of ice cream right now. Right after that, she regretted it madly, silently scolding herself for missing a golden opportunity to have dinner alone with him. Seowon smiled and playfully invited her to drop by a convenience store nearby to realize his student's passion for ice cream. Under the quiet night streetlights, the two strolled next to each other, Sara excitedly nibbling her popsicle while her heart constantly skipped beats. The figures of the two gradually faded away at the end of the street, closing out a tutoring session filled with first love flutters. Seowon softly called Sara's name, his eyes looking at his student with deep profoundness. He remarked that her skirt was a bit short, then caringly asked if she felt cold in the night weather, making Sara startle in confusion, her face blushing to clearly reveal her shyness at the unexpected care. Seowon told her to dress warmly next time because the two of them would still have many study sessions out on the street like this. The girl secretly repeated the words next time with a happy smile, feeling a sweet jolt of electricity run through her body. Sara told herself she was indeed the luckiest person in the world to have a wonderful tutor like him. She smiled, recalling her impulsive words declaring she would marry, have kids, and get into a prestigious university like him, along with the image of him sternly demanding her to put away those far-fetched questions to focus entirely on studying. Watching her teacher's silhouette, Sara secretly thought that as long as this uniform remained on her, she would forever get to be by his side. Returning to the room, Seowon quietly sat down to rest on the sofa, when suddenly hearing a mysterious sound of the door opening slightly from the entryway. Eun-pa looked up at her with a calm gaze and greeted her, saying that she had finally returned home. Sara was astonished to see her friend had already been there for 20 minutes, then heard him explain that her own mother had invited him over for dinner. Amidst the fragrant dishes of food, the mother curiously asked Eun-pa if Sara was really studying hard, making the girl frustratedly snap at the excessive snooping. The boy casually affirmed that she had been diligently doing homework and studying vocabulary all day at school, so her mother had nothing to worry about. Sara froze at the unexpected defense, but then had to frown upon hearing her friend tease that the heavy backpack would make her shorter. When there were only the two of them left, Sara softly thanked him for covering for her, while Eun-pa wittily asked if her older brother knew she was secretly crushing on her tutor. The girl immediately denied it and feared she would get beaten up if the truth was exposed, then wonderingly asked him how to attract a mature man. Eun-pa suggested she should ask her older brother to be the matchmaker, but Sara just shook her head wearily, thinking that plan would never succeed. She slightly adjusted her collar while complaining that she was truly at a dead end in finding a way to flirt with someone older than her. Eun-pa absent-mindedly looked at his phone, then dropped the advice that she should try acting more maturely, even though deep down he only considered it a harmless joke. Sara wonderingly asked herself whether she should change her style with thicker and sharper makeup. Eunpa absent-mindedly replied that it depended on what she wanted, while his eyes remained glued to his phone screen. The girl quickly rummaged through her closet and picked out a bright yellow t-shirt to change her look. But when she put it on, Sara sighed wearily, seeing she still looked like nothing more than a child in front of that teacher. The study session at the cafe today left the little student with sweet aftertastes, mixed with an indescribable hint of self-pity. While she was engrossed in changing clothes, Eunpa suddenly spoke up to question whether she and the tutor had really met privately today. Sara casually nodded in admission and explained that because the bathroom was being repaired, the two of them had to go to the cafe to study. Eunpa frowned and scolded that she should have reminded him to look away when she was about to change clothes instead of acting so casually like nobody was there. Her mother's call from outside suddenly rang out, making Sara startle. She hurriedly turned her head to listen to the request. She hurriedly replied for her mother to wait a moment, leaving Eunpa sitting there with a face full of helplessness and boredom. Eunpa let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion after the intense banters with his best friend. The boy felt so embarrassed that his face turned completely red, secretly blaming himself for caring too much about Sara going out alone with that tutor. Eunpa resentfully wondered if she actually understood the concept of privacy at all, given how casually she did everything right in front of him. Lost in thought, Sara's radiant face suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Her excited call startled him out of his daze. The girl leaned in close and curiously pressed Eunpa on what outfit she should choose to wear for tomorrow's meetup. He froze in astonishment, secretly wondering why she would ask someone like him for advice on such a delicate matter. Sara confessed that since he was the only guy friend she knew, she really wanted to create a date look that men actually like. Eunpa silently observed his friend from an upside-down angle, his eyes suddenly becoming distant at her overly innocent requests. Finally, he sat up, scratched his head, accepted reality, and asked what options she had, making Sara squeal in pure joy. She excitedly and firmly stated that she wanted to wear a dress, but Eunpa brushed it off with a sarcastic question, asking if she didn't already wear her uniform skirt every single day. Sara immediately rejected the idea of wearing a uniform skirt because she thought it had zero dating vibes, completely ignoring her best friend's sarcasm. She started daydreaming about an effortlessly elegant look, but suddenly a phone ringtone cut her train of thought. Upon looking at the screen, Sara's eyes suddenly welled up with disappointment upon receiving an unexpected reply text from her teacher. She tearfully informed Eunpa that Seowon was busy preparing for the school festival, so their tutoring session would have to be postponed until next week. Sara felt devastated realizing that her house renovations would be done by next week, meaning her chance for a private outdoor date would vanish into thin air. She curiously asked about his title in the student council and began piecing together everything she knew about Seowon's world. The first thing that overwhelmed her was his incredibly busy schedule with the student council and prestigious clubs. Not only that, Seowon was also a master of socializing, with his phone constantly flooded with messages from countless admirers. The most impressive part was that he still maintained perfect grades despite being so busy, making Sara feel like the gap in their status was vastly disproportionate. She covered her face in insecure embarrassment, silently and bitterly realizing that an ordinary person like her could hardly reach someone as perfect as him. Sara covered her eyes in agony, trying with all her might to deny the harsh reality right in front of her. She lay flat on the floor and tearfully asked Eunpa if, in college, that tutor often went out drinking and partying like her older brother did. In her mind appeared a vision of Seowon happily drinking with his friends, flanked by beautiful girls always waiting for a chance to approach him. She grew even more panicked thinking about how he was always busy surrounded by the student council, secretly wondering just how many romantic rivals she had to face. Sara hugged her best friend tightly to seek comfort, extremely anxious upon realizing there were too many sides to him that she had never known about, especially when remembering Seowon's profound gaze when he invited her to drop by the convenience store that evening. Eunpa threw a bucket of cold water on her by firmly asserting that she wouldn't have a single ray of hope unless she got accepted into the same university as him. Sara screamed in despair, feeling like her soul was fading away in the face of the cruel truth her friend had just bluntly exposed. Eunpa advised her to quickly drop her delusional fantasies and focus on her pile of homework before it was too late. Brushing off her insecurities, Sara gripped her pen tightly and shouted with determination that in just a few months, they would meet again as honorable seniors and juniors. Eunpa narrowed his eyes at his best friend and coldly announced that he was leaving right away. But he suddenly froze when Sara's tiny hand unexpectedly grabbed his shirt to hold him back. She looked straight into his eyes and ordered that Eunpa was absolutely not allowed to go anywhere. He had to stay and help her finish the homework pile. Faced with Sara's stubbornness, Eunpa could only let out a helpless sigh, his face clearly showing resignation to the unreasonable demand. He stood by to supervise her studying, secretly wondering if the tutor's silhouette was now the only thing that existed in Sara's mind. Eunpa leaned in to remind her of the correct way to solve the problem, while Sara just held her head and whined about how confusing the material was. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Seowon strolled along with a highly romantic aura, a backpack slung over his shoulder. He slightly adjusted the brim of his hat, his deep gaze looking off into the distance, as if immersed in his own private thoughts. Seowon suddenly stopped in front of a pet shop, where a snow-white bunny was standing cluelessly on an adorable pink rug. He couldn't hold back a soft smile, secretly making the connection that the bunny's naive expression was indeed very similar to his student, Sara. Back to a memory fragment of the nostalgia-filled Class 5-3, where the young students were enjoying the most carefree time of their lives. A bizarre drawing by Sara was suddenly brought out by her friends as the center of mockery, leaving the girl blushing at their teasing. Eunpa approached from behind, silently observing his little friend before unexpectedly speaking up to remind her of an important duty. Hearing that she had completely forgotten her milk duty shift, Sara panicked, jumped up, and hurriedly ran off in a fluster with a word of thanks for her friend. The memory shifted to a scene of Eunpa standing at Sara's front door, listening to her mother complain about her daughter being stuck with a pile of summer homework. At the study desk, he drilled down into her overdue journals, making Sara furious as she insisted that she needed intense focus to be creative. Eunpa just smiled softly and tolerantly. Acting mysteriously, he told her to look at what special thing he had brought her. Burning with determination, the girl claimed she was finishing a masterpiece and threatened to lose her temper if the item wasn't actually useful. The folders were suddenly flipped open and radiated a blinding light, signaling an incredibly spectacular reveal. Sara's eyes widened in amazement. She was completely mesmerized by the miracle appearing before her and softly let out words of praise. Eunpa tiredly dropped the announcement that he was about to head home after a long day of helping his best friend review. But he instantly froze when Sara quickly grabbed his shirt hem tightly, not allowing him to leave easily. She looked up stubbornly and pressed him on where he planned to go without finishing his duty to help her solve the homework pile. Eunpa narrowed his eyes in extreme boredom, his face clearly showing helplessness, mixed with exhaustion at Sara's persistent whining. He stood by to supervise, secretly asking himself whether there was still any other guy's silhouette existing in her world right now. Eunpa leaned down to point out a mistake and demanded she hand her paper over to him, simultaneously realizing that her mind seemed to always be focused entirely on that tutor. He looked at her skeptically, then voiced a decisive denial as if to extinguish the delusional thoughts in his friend's head. Despite Eunpa's deterrence, Sara persistently affirmed that her teacher's solving method was the fastest, leaving him able to only gasp in astonishment. She threw her head back and screamed in frustration, admitting she couldn't understand the material even though her friend had patiently explained it for 30 whole minutes. The surging frustration made Sara frown and yell out in sheer despair. She felt like her brain was about to explode because she couldn't absorb anything anymore. Sara cheered in excitement, deciding to save these tricky questions to have her tutor explain them to her directly. She smiled smugly, recalling his promise that he would always be willing to help whenever she faced difficulties. Eunpa face-bombed in sheer helplessness, seriously reminding her that bothering someone with texts late at night was an inconsiderate act. Ignoring the advice, Sara still excitedly prepared to send adorable stickers to make an impression, making Eunpa just sigh wearily. Looking at that innocence, He nostalgically recalled the time he had always stayed close to take care of her since the day her grandmother passed away. Memories rushed back from the milk duty days at school, where Eunpa had always been the one quietly keeping a close eye to make sure his clumsy friend didn't forget her tasks. He used to patiently help her complete every piece of summer homework, meticulously reminding her even of the weather conditions of the days that had gone by. Even when receiving a desperate text borrowing gym clothes from Sara, Eunpa, despite being tired, still couldn't ignore that plea for help. He immediately stood up, intending to leave the classroom to go help his friend, regardless of the curious stares and questions from the people around him. Eunpa quietly opened his locker, his eyes clearly showing the resignation of someone far too used to having to clean up Sara's messes. Eunpa's expression changed dizzyingly fast from astonishment, confusion, to a darkened, unpredictably thoughtful face. He stood in silence, watching Sara engrossed in spraying perfume onto the jacket with an incredibly excited and thrilled face. Eunpa handed the spray bottle to his friend, silently wondering why he was always willing to do everything just to unconditionally please her. He stood leaning against the classroom door, holding his phone to inform the other party that he had arrived to handle everything for the little student. Watching Sara's back as she ran while waving a radiant thank you, an indescribable emotion suddenly crept into Eunpa's mind. He nostalgically remembered their childhood, when he always secretly protected her and worried she would get points deducted if she didn't wear her uniform jacket. Eunpa frowned when teased by friends about secretly spraying fabric softener on the jacket before lending it to Sara, deliberately denying his long-standing feelings. But deep down inside, he knew clearly that he had never considered this relationship simply as childhood friendship. The moment Sara naturally rested her head on his shoulder and laughed heartily made Eunpa's heart inevitably flutter at this closeness. He gently held her hand, then softly asked what was so amusing, striving to hide the surging fluster in his eyes. Eunpa threw himself onto the sofa, letting out an exhaustedly weary sigh. He covered his face with his hand to hide his embarrassment, silently blaming his pride for shattering just over a bit of baseless jealousy. He lay there with flushed red cheeks, frustratedly asking himself whether she actually understood the concept of privacy between a male and a female. In the midst of his chaotic mind, Sara's call rang out, making Eunpa slightly startle and look up. The girl brought her face close to his and excitedly asked which outfit she should wear tomorrow to be truly impressive. Eunpa frowned and dodged that gaze. He grumbled, asking why she would ask him such a meaningless question. Sara confessed that since he was the only male friend she knew, she really wanted to create a date look that men actually liked. Looking at her innocent smile, Eunpa secretly feared that if these feelings were exposed, their friendship of so many years would also end. His hand unconsciously tightened its grip on the mattress, a surge of resentment swelling in his heart as he wondered why this had to happen right at this moment. He bitterly realized that after nearly 15 years of being close, she seemed ready to abandon him to chase after someone new. In the bustling classroom, the sisterhood was deeply engrossed in discussing the uncrossable gender boundaries, causing Sara to suddenly have a fleeting moment of contemplation. Eunpa silently observed his friend from behind with deep, dark violet eyes, seemingly suppressing an unspeakable feeling. Returning home, Sara excitedly and dreamily squealed that she truly longed to officially go on a date with her tutor. Seeing the girl too engrossed, Eunpa, while keeping his eyes glued to his phone, took the initiative to invite her out to eat tomorrow for a change of scenery. He looked straight into Sara's eyes and suggested both of them should drop by the newly opened pizza shop at the mall. Hearing that location, Sara's eyes suddenly sparkled with joy as she cheered that her tutor also absolutely loved that place. Eunpa froze in immense annoyance upon hearing Sara regretfully talk about how she had foolishly turned down her teacher's dining invitation last time. She excitedly babbled on about how his pet dog was also a massive fan of pizza, leaving Eunpa utterly helpless. He scratched his head in sheer frustration, secretly blaming his pride that was gradually shattering before the other person's excessive cluelessness. Finally, both strolled together under the afternoon sun, as Sara secretly realized that her best friend's presence was inherently a profoundly natural thing. Eunpa scratched his head in sheer frustration, swearing under his breath as this uncomfortable feeling clung to his mind and wouldn't let go. He put his hand to his forehead exhaustedly and shouted at Sara to quickly shut up instead of opening her mouth to mention that tutor every time. Sara looked up at her best friend in confusion, timidly apologizing as she realized she had probably been rambling too much about that teacher. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn tense, Eunpa let out a heavy sigh as a scary thought flashed in his mind. He hurriedly apologized for his momentary hot temper, secretly fearing that if things kept going like this, the friendship between them would no longer remain pure. Sara fell into a state of self-reflection, secretly regretting carelessly talking about her crush without noticing Eunpa's annoyance. The girl pouted and blamed Eunpa for using a scary tone that hurt her feelings, even joking that he would give her nightmares. Eunpa immediately refuted fiercely that he would never do that. Then, in an impulsive moment, he almost admitted that he was jealous. He covered his mouth in panic the moment he realized he had slipped up, his eyes flashing with extreme confusion in front of his friend. In the quiet space, Sara stared at Eunpa in shock, then tremblingly asked if he was starting to develop feelings for her. Sara dazedly repeated the word jealousy, and then burst out laughing, thinking it was just a joke, while Eunpa remained mystery-shrouded in silence. The girl narrowed her eyes mischievously at her best friend, asserting that she knew full well this was just a harmless prank to tease her, making Eunpa turn away in confusion, sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered out a hesitant response. He secretly questioned himself whether, ever since these thoughts sprouted, the friendship between the two would truly end right here. Suddenly, Sara lowered her voice and asked if he really liked her, her bright brown eyes looking straight at him expectantly. The unexpected confession made Eunpa's face turn blazing red, and he hurriedly covered his mouth to hide his surging shock. He screamed silently inside, unable to believe what his friend had just uttered, feeling like everything was spiraling out of control. Both fell into a suffocating silence as Sara quietly observed every expression on the face of her soulmate standing opposite her. Her eyes suddenly drooped with disappointment upon noticing the subtle distance clearly shown on Eunpa's contemplative face. Meanwhile, Eunpa's heartbeat kept racing. He swallowed hard as if trying to suppress an intense emotion about to explode. The ringing of the phone suddenly buzzed frantically, cutting through the stifling atmosphere as the screen displayed an incoming call from Eunpa's mother, making both stare at each other in shock, the feeling of awkwardness after the unfinished confession still lingering clearly on the young friends' faces. Eunpa quickly answered the phone with a tense look, quietly listening to the serious-sounding urges from the other end of the line. As soon as he hung up, the boy informed Sara that he had to leave immediately and couldn't stay a second longer. To her curious question about whether his mother was calling, Eunpa could only scratch his head and confirm with a thoroughly flustered mind. A prolonged, awkward silence engulfed the room as neither had yet figured out how to face the emotions that had just erupted. The door suddenly swung open, and Sara's mother appeared, reminding Eunpa that his mother was anxiously demanding him to be home right away. He hurriedly complied and asked for permission to leave, trying to hide his disappointment as the encounter was abruptly cut short. Eunpa politely bowed to thank her for dinner, while she warmly saw him out to the door, not forgetting to invite him back soon. Sara stood in a daze watching him leave, her sad eyes reflecting a heavy heart as her newly sprouted feelings were suddenly buried by harsh reality. Sara covered her face in agony, silently telling herself that she had absolutely no hope left in this battle of love. The girl sat flat on the floor, her mind aimlessly comparing Seowon's free college life with her older brother's drinking bouts. The image of the romantic teacher sitting among friends, flanked by pretty girls leaning in closely, made Sara's heart ache with jealousy. She shivered thinking about how he always shone in the student council, secretly wondering how many romantic rivals out there she had to fight. Seeing his friend indulging too much in overthinking, Eunpa softly reminded her that it was just a gap in life experiences and told her to stop daydreaming aimlessly. Seowon's deep gaze and his offer to drop by the convenience store suddenly came rushing back, making her heart skip a beat once again. Sara looked up anxiously, realizing she needed extraordinary effort to step through the university gates just to be near him. In a surge of overwhelming emotion, her hands unconsciously gripped the bedsheet tightly, as if trying to find a solid anchor. Surprisingly, Eunpa wrapped his arms tightly around Sara from behind right on the bed, an intimate gesture that made time stand still. Sara's eyes widened in sheer shock as she felt the warmth and racing heartbeat of her best friend, signaling a shocking truth. Sara held her face in shock, silently yelling at herself to quickly snap back to reality instead of dwelling in crazy thoughts. Her face flushed red as she remembered that he was the one who proactively initiated that ambiguous, heart-fluttering moment. Sara's hands unconsciously gripped the bedsheet tightly, trying hard to suppress her racing, uncontrollable heartbeat. She lay tossing and turning, staring into space, secretly wondering if Eun-pa had ever harbored similar thoughts about her. The next morning at school, the bulletin board for the art elective class appeared, marking an awkward lesson ahead. Sara sighed in frustration, secretly blaming fate for throwing her into this exact awkward situation out of countless subjects. Because today was language and communication class, a shared period that forced her to sit right next to her best friend, Eun-pa. The girl stole a glance at him, then scratched her head awkwardly, internally screaming that the atmosphere between them right now was way too suffocating. Looking at Eun-pa's quietly captivating side profile, Sara suddenly felt dazed, wondering if he really liked her. She looked over and silently admitted that this childhood friend actually possessed an extraordinarily striking physique with an ideal height. Sara dazedly gazed at Eun-pa's face, secretly admitting that her childhood friend was surprisingly adorable. Her gaze was drawn to his long, slender hands diligently writing, making her mind flutter strangely all of a sudden. Sara suddenly slumped her head onto the desk in desperation, blaming herself for not knowing what was wrong with her since yesterday. The girl sneakily looked up at Eun-pa's expression, secretly hoping he wouldn't notice the confusion clearly showing on her face. Among the dry lines of knowledge on the page, a small slice of pizza was suddenly drawn on a whim. Seowon, wearing smart-looking glasses, was still intently doing his work, completely immersed in the world of numbers and letters. Sara timidly wrote an invitation to eat pizza after school in the corner of her notebook, trying to find a chance to be alone with her crush. Eun-pa suddenly paused when he saw the drawing of the pizza slice on the textbook page, secretly asking himself what weird thing he had just done. The past note ended with Sara's regretful announcement that she had cleanup duty today, so she couldn't go with him. Eun-pa held his face in agony, blaming himself for being a bad friend, leaving Sara behind crying in regret over the missed, awkward date. The hot pepperoni pizza that was just served quickly became the focus of Sara's camera lens. Even though she verbally told Eun-pa he could eat right away, in reality, she still made him wait patiently until she finished her social media photo ritual. Sara casually scrolled on her phone and announced she would tag Eun-pa in the post, ignoring her best friend's unbothered expression. The girl smiled subtly, both glad and worried because she had friend her teacher and hoped he wouldn't see the story. Sensing the atmosphere suddenly turn stifling, Sara flusteredly clarified that she had no intention of teasing him or making things hard for him. Meanwhile, Eun-pa silently held his plate, his face somber as if concealing an indescribably gloomy feeling. The boy unexpectedly spoke up to press if this was a trick to spark his jealousy. That direct question stunned Sara. She wondered in confusion why her friend didn't show any angry expression as she had imagined. Eun-pa quietly picked up a slice of pizza and placed it on Sara's plate, this silent gesture of care contrasting completely with his previous coldness. He turned his face away and bluntly stated that he didn't have any feelings for her at all, making Sara's heart suddenly sink. Sara was bewildered upon hearing the surprising confession from her close friend. Eun-pa explained that maybe he was just jealous because they had been close for so long, but immediately added that it was merely the affection friends held for each other. He looked elsewhere and apologized for making things awkward, clarifying that yesterday he only acted like that because he was caught off guard. Eun-pa tried to act nonchalant and joked that Sara shouldn't treat him weirdly after this incident. Sara silently looked deep into his eyes, as if trying to find some truth hidden behind his words. Then she burst into loud laughter, gently pushed her friend's head, and firmly declared they would forever be best friends, even generously giving him 5 slices of pizza. Eun-pa grimaced and broke into a sweat out of frustration, secretly asking himself how he could finish that giant mountain of food all by himself. Sara smiled teasingly and called him a glutton, trying to use humor to dispel the feelings that had just sprouted. A hand suddenly touched her hem lightly, signaling an unusual moment about to happen right here. Sara was shocked with blushing cheeks, her heart tightening as she had to accept the harsh reality that he truly had no feelings for her. Just as she stepped through the door, the girl tiredly greeted her mother, but froze instantly when her mother called her name in an extremely serious tone. Sara's mother stood waiting with folded arms and a stony face, coldly declaring that the family needed to find a new tutor, making her scream out in despair. She looked at her mother in panic, stammering to ask why she made such a sudden decision while she was still trying her best, until her eyes landed on the report card with disastrous numbers sitting proudly on the table as undeniable proof. Sara held her head in despair looking at the terrible May mock exam results, cursing herself for letting personal feelings completely overshadow her studies. The girl frantically tried to explain to her mother what had happened, attempting to excuse her sharp decline in the recent exam. Sara's mind suddenly drifted back to distant memory fragments, quietly reflecting on the time she had been immersed in vague thoughts. Those were the days she worked hard at her desk, counting down fewer than 80 days to the crucial exam with heavy pressure on her shoulders. Brushing off her gloom, she decisively put on her pure white shirt, secretly determining to change and prove her true capability. Suddenly facing an unannounced incident, Sara's face beaded with sweat as she realized something terrible was happening. Severe stomach pain struck right in the middle of the test, leaving the girl clutching her stomach and writhing in extreme pain. In her panic, she suddenly remembered that the leftover malatang noodles in the fridge she carelessly ate last night was the culprit. Even though it hurt so much that tears welled up, Sara still tried to hold her pen firmly with the determination not to leave her exam unfinished. The bubbles on the answer sheet were filled frantically under the horrific pressure of the pain attacking her in waves. Crying while reassuring herself, she secretly marveled at the perseverance of a high school senior fighting both knowledge and illness. However, the cruel truth clearly shown on the report card with disastrous numbers left Sara completely stunned. The girl held her head and sobbed uncontrollably upon realizing that because of her intense stomachache, she had accidentally misbubbled the entire answer sheet. Sara frantically explained to her mother that it was just an accidental mishap and tried to excuse her unfortunate mistake. But her mother just looked coldly straight into her daughter's eyes and asked with sarcasm if she intended to repeat that disastrous mistake in the actual college entrance exam. Sweating bullets with an anxious expression, Sara stammered a promise that she would definitely never repeat that mistake again. But the woman opposite her was extremely strict, wearily putting a hand to her forehead and threatening that if she let this happen again in the upcoming mock exam, she would be dead meat. The girl could only cry bitterly in despair and silently scream that she was doomed. She absolutely could not afford to lose Mr. Kim's precious help. While wandering on the street, Sara nibbled on a hot taiyaki while lost in thought about the academic pressure weighing heavily on her shoulders. Suddenly, a young man with gorgeous looks and edgy earrings appeared, quietly observing her with a meaningful gaze. He gave a gentle smile and praised Sara for having worked really hard and been much more diligent lately compared to before. In response to that compliment, she smiled sheepishly and explained that since she was already a senior, trying her best was only natural. Hearing that, the young man simply smirked skeptically and asked back if that was really the case, making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating. Back at her study desk in the center, Sara scratched her head in frustration when encountering a tough math problem and silently wished someone was there to help her figure it out. Right at her most stuck moment, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message detailing the solution for Mr. Kim, acting as a timely lifesaver, helping her overcome the challenge. Sara stared dejectedly at the stack of exercises full of cross marks and silently cursed her own incompetence for not getting a single question right. Seeing this, the friend sitting next to her looked surprised and commented that Sara seemed really focused on studying lately. Holding her phone, Sara sluggishly explained that because her May mock exam results were so disastrous, her mother had threatened to fire her tutor immediately. Hearing that, the friend could only sigh and remark that having to shoulder both the final exams and the mock exams at the same time would be a tremendously cruel challenge. Sara suddenly froze with an utterly astounded expression, sensing something wrong with her friend's words, and hurriedly asked what she had just said. The friend looked at Sara with worried eyes and reminded her, asking if she had actually forgotten about studying for the final exams. The harsh truth made Sara break down completely. She could only scream internally that life was playing a joke on her and demanded everything to stop at once. Sprawled on the desk with a lifeless face, she silently complained to Mr. Kim about why the path to seeing him again was so arduous. In the midst of despair, Mr. Kim's promise suddenly flashed in her mind when he affirmed that if she did well on both exams, he would grant her a wish. Instantly, Sara felt as if she were injected with strength, her eyes sparkling with hope, and she silently cheered in excitement thinking about that priceless reward. Mr. Kim smiled meaningfully and reminded her that the wish could not be something crazy like making him take the whole class out for a fancy steak dinner. Hearing that, Sara quickly bargained with a radiant face that if so, then just the 5 of them would be enough. Immediately, the guy teased her by asking back if someone like her even had that many friends, making Sara pout in protest. She began to sink into distant thoughts, wondering what she would ask for if she truly received a privilege from the teacher of her dreams. In her illusion, Sara dreamily saw him affectionately holding her hands and gently asking if this kind of closeness was enough to satisfy her. Waking up from her rosy dream, she embarrassedly covered her face and silently scolded herself for acting just like a naive teenager indulging in unrealistic fantasies. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim was also harboring his own private thoughts, confessing that truthfully, even at this very moment. Whenever the two of them sat close to each other in a space so quiet they almost touched, his heart couldn't stop wavering. Looking at their hands resting so closely on the study desk, deep down he was always urged by a strong desire to touch her, even if just for a fleeting moment. But then he quickly regained his stern demeanor and loudly scolded Sara that what she was thinking was far too simple compared to reality. Sara put her hand to her forehead in annoyance and blamed it all on that despicable Eun Pa-yoon for making her mind so messed up. Ever since that fateful moment, she couldn't do anything but indulge in fantasies about a passionate kiss, even though in reality, he hadn't done it at all. Brushing off those wild thoughts, the girl clenched her fists with determination that she had to ace all her exams to keep her tutor before even considering the wish. To recharge for the long battle ahead, Sara dropped by her regular spot and grabbed a refreshing iced Americano with a brief word of thanks to the staff. The grueling days of cramming officially began as she buried her head in books from early morning until late at night, ignoring the fast-passing time. Her close friends standing by constantly teased her and took unflattering photos, leaving Sara to just bury her face in the desk and scold them for being heartless while watching their friend study so miserably. Right then, Mr. Kim suddenly appeared at the door with a bag of food in his hands, making her incredibly excited as she asked if he had bought nourishing treats for the whole group. Even while washing her hair, Sara kept reciting tough philosophical terms over and over to ensure the knowledge was completely engraved in her brain. Even at 1 a.m., she lay smiling happily upon receiving an instant reply from Mr. Kim, likening him to an online homework solver app. Her joy burst out when he thoughtfully sent her a sweet treat gift voucher along with a sweet reminder that she had worked hard and should remember to go to bed early. Sara lay there staring blankly at her phone screen, her heart heavy with unnamed thoughts after receiving such care from that teacher. She started tossing and turning relentlessly under the thick blanket, as if trying to escape the restlessness engulfing her mind. Then suddenly shot up with resolute eyes, silently affirming that she absolutely must not lose Mr. Kim at any cost. Back in reality, Mr. Kim sat quietly grading papers while Sara sat huddled on the floor, waiting for the results in extreme nervousness. Every stroke of the red pen slashing across the paper felt like a direct hit on the girl's rapidly beating heart. Sara's face began to break out in cold sweat. She held her breath, observing the slightest changes on his serious face. All of a sudden, Mr. Kim softly called her name in a deep voice that seemed to make the surrounding space freeze instantly. The tension peaked as Sara could only stare at him, her breathing quickening out of fear of an unsatisfactory result. The tutor unexpectedly leaned in close and gently suggested if they could negotiate moving to a different restaurant instead of the planned one. He flashed a triumphant smile while handing over the stack of exams with perfect scores and playfully suggested that perhaps they should only invite 3 people along instead of 5 like before. Sara burst into sheer happiness, her eyes sparkling like they held 1,000 stars as she stared at the perfect academic results. Mr. Kim reached his hand out toward her along with a sincere compliment that Sara had truly accomplished this task brilliantly. As all her energy seemed depleted after the days of cramming, she let her body go limp and laid flat on the floor with a completely satisfied expression. The guy approached with a gentle smile, brought up the past matter, and asked if she had figured out the wish she wanted yet. Faced with Sara's flustered silence, he kept urging her to just say it since, after all, he was a man who totally kept his word. She hesitated and looked down, internally starting a fierce struggle to find an answer truly worthy of all her recent efforts. Noticing that hesitation, Mr. Kim raised an eyebrow expectantly, silently wondering what bold request this girl was going to make. Unexpectedly, Sara mustered all her courage, tightly grasped his shirt hem, and expressed her earnest desire that he forever remain her tutor because she didn't want to part from him. The unexpected answer made the guy instantly freeze, his eyes wavering slightly at the overwhelming sincerity from the girl in front of him. Without saying a word, he slowly reached out his warm hand to stroke her hair as an affectionately soothing gesture in place of an agreement. Mr. Kim kept patting Sara's head in a deeply doting manner, making her suddenly dazed by this unexpected intimate action. He smiled gently and firmly assured her that he wasn't going anywhere, so she didn't need to worry so much. Adding to that, he playfully teased that without her mother's permission, quitting wouldn't be an easy thing even if he wanted to. Seeing an inviting message from her brother on her phone, Sara suddenly changed her mind and coaxingly demanded to change her wish to a private outing with him tonight. Cutting to another day, Mr. Kim appeared looking extremely cool in a baseball cap, but his demeanor was somewhat weary with his arms crossed over his chest. He wearily took off the cap and reminded Sara to wake up quickly and start the new tutoring session, even though he himself was incredibly sleepy. Mr. Kim propped his hands on the table exhaustedly. It seemed the efforts of tutoring Sara all this time had drained the young teacher's strength. Seeing that haggard appearance, a friend approached with a worried look and pressed him on whether he had been getting enough sleep lately. That person continued to question if Mr. Kim was pouring too much of his energy into this tutoring job, making him suddenly fall silent in thought. After a moment of silence, he merely gave a soft smile and gently replied that, in reality, things weren't quite as overwhelming as his friend feared. Walking and stretching wearily, Mr. Kim casually explained to his companion that he needed to make money at any cost anyway. He slightly pulled the brim of his cap down to hide his meaningful eyes, then chuckled to himself while internally remarking that his little student was actually very cute. The friend beside him just froze with a sweat-beaded face, totally unable to understand what the heck was going on with his cold-hearted partner. The exhaustion after a long day made him grip the door frame tightly. He sluggishly complained about his hunger and suggested whether the whole group should just order delivery. Mr. Kim turned to ask another friend's opinion on having burgers for lunch while his gaze remained distant and full of thought. The beautiful girl with long, flowing curly hair stood quietly observing him, her eyes exuding curiosity, as if wanting to figure out what was hidden behind that exhaustion. They brushed past each other in the narrow hallway, creating a moment of silent, dramatic confrontation before each turned in a different direction. Amidst the crowded university lecture hall, he quietly stood up to pack his things and leave, his mind still preoccupied with private plans yet to be fulfilled. Slinging his heavy backpack over his shoulder, he strolled casually under the blazing red sunset, raising his hand in a goodbye wave with an incredibly carefree demeanor. During the meetup that evening, Mr. Kim's expression suddenly changed as he curiously asked the friend across from him if the girl just mentioned was his younger sister. The friend nodded in confirmation, saying that even though she was a high school senior, the girl was still quite clueless and didn't understand the ways of the world very well. Mr. Kim smirked with curiosity, then spoke up to ask what her current academic abilities and level were. In the quiet space of the computer lab, he hesitated upon hearing about the girl's 4th grade ranking, silently groaning that he really hated having to tutor acquaintances. His hand glided quickly across the phone screen to turn off notification options, putting an end to the annoying sounds disrupting his train of thought. Mr. Kim hurriedly threw on a sporty blue hoodie, quickly adjusting his attire to prepare for the upcoming meeting. He briefly glanced at his handsome appearance one more time, then hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder in preparation to leave the office. Suddenly realizing time was running out, he hastily grabbed the bottle of Jo Malone perfume on the table and blamed himself for dawdling too much. While walking briskly among the high-rise buildings, he stared intently at his phone and muttered to himself about the name Sara that his friend had mentioned earlier. Old memories suddenly rushed back, featuring the mischievous 12-year-old Sara making a funny face, which used to be the phone wallpaper of his high school friend Sang-hyuk. He broke into a gentle, nostalgic smile and silently marveled at how fast time had truly flown, seeing that the little kid from back then had now become a senior high school girl. Mr. Kim stood silently in front of the door, quietly observing his little student's private space before officially starting the lesson. He gave a polite smile and took the initiative to greet her, saying she must be Sara, the little girl he hadn't seen for a long time. Sara looked up in utter astonishment, her eyes widening to the max in amazement at the handsome appearance of the tutor who had just showed up in real life. Facing that gaze, he also silently exclaimed to himself that the little kid from back then had really grown up and changed so much. Examining Sara's delicate face closely, Mr. Kim couldn't help but doubt whether she and her brother actually shared the same blood, as they didn't have a single similar feature. Since it was the first session after 7 long years, he suggested they treat this as a light introduction and temporarily skip the dry lectures. Sara instantly pouted defiantly and said he looked nothing like her brother's descriptions, leaving him to just smile wryly and ask if she actually believed everything that guy said. Witnessing that adorable stubbornness, Mr. Kim gave a meaningful smirk and remarked that this girl's attitude was truly something else. In response to his teasing, Sara puffed her cheeks out in childish annoyance, making the atmosphere of the meeting suddenly become incredibly lively and fun. Mr. Kim silently observed her every little expression, deeply harboring the beginnings of complex thoughts about the challenging teaching journey ahead. Mr. Kim softly smiled and secretly thought that his little student Sara truly possessed an extraordinarily cute beauty. Back to the atmosphere in the university lecture hall, the group was debating the division of research and decided to search for materials together instead of working independently. The guy proactively suggested the group meet up to watch a movie and wrap up the report, but one member claimed to be busy and wanted to reschedule to Friday. Hearing that, Mr. Kim slightly pushed up his glasses with a thoughtful look and admitted that changing the schedule to Friday was a rather difficult problem for him. The girl with fluffy curly hair immediately took a harsh stance, arguing that making the whole group revolve around one individual's schedule was extremely unfair. Seeing that, he had to yield back to the original plan and explained that his tutoring job was quite flexible so that student would surely understand. However, the other female friend still maintained a stern look and coldly warned that the group really didn't have enough time to be distracted by personal matters. Ignoring the other person's annoyance, Mr. Kim silently pulled out his phone as a way to ignore the tense atmosphere surrounding them. While the other girl was still bitterly finalizing the appointment for Tuesday, a sudden notification chime broke the silence. The screen clearly showed a notification that Sara had just liked his photo, a small action that suddenly made his mind strangely flutter. Mr. Kim looked at his phone screen with a subtle smile, secretly thinking that his little student Sara truly possessed an extraordinarily cute appearance. Back to reality, his group was discussing the research project in the lecture hall and agreed to look for information together. However, when he suggested a group meeting to work on the report, a female member claimed to be busy with her work schedule and wanted to move it to Friday. Hearing that, Mr. Kim slightly grimaced in confusion, secretly telling himself that changing the schedule to Friday was a rather difficult request. His group mate immediately took a harsh attitude, believing that making the entire group revolve around one person's schedule was incredibly unfair. Seeing the tense situation, he had to yield and stick to the original plan, explaining that his tutoring job was very flexible, so it was fine. But that girl still glared at him with a sharp gaze, reminding him that the group really didn't have time to waste on side matters. Mr. Kim silently pulled out his phone to check messages, quietly finalizing the meeting for Tuesday to avoid further troublesome arguments. Suddenly, he recalled Sara's bold declaration when she asserted that she would definitely win over and date her tutor. Arriving home, he smiled while drying his hair at her text asking about homework, telling himself that if this crush made her study better, there was no reason to stop it. Mr. Kim thoughtfully contemplated playing dumb to take advantage of the current situation while drying his hair, wondering what wish Sara desired so much that she worked this hard. Staring into space, he silently judged that based on her personality, there was definitely no way she would suddenly jump in and confess to him. While engrossed in working on his computer at school, he suddenly started as he heard his best friend calling while approaching from behind. A pretty blonde girl suddenly appeared with a radiant smile, asking if Seowon wanted to take the small gift she was holding in her hand. It was an incredibly cute sticker of a shy pink bunny that she had just found inside a pastry box. Mr. Kim picked up the toy, immediately thinking of Sara, and wittily suggested that his friend stick it on her AirPods case to add some personality. As he prepared to sling his backpack on and leave, he suddenly froze in sheer amazement upon seeing a familiar item lying right before his eyes. It was a pouch shaped like a bright golden bunjiapang fish bread, extremely eye-catching and looking deeply familiar. He stared intently at the item and secretly confirmed in his heart that its appearance looked identical to the pouch his little student Sara often used. Seeing him mention an unfamiliar name, the friend walking with him curiously asked and received the answer that it was the girl he was tutoring, and they had a session today. Seowon sat in front of his computer, looking well-groomed, making his friend wonder why he always dressed up every Thursday. He smiled softly and explained that because his student's mother was always there, he was forced to do so, before politely greeting Sara. Both looked at the phone screen discussing group homework, making her ask in surprise whether college students hadn't finished their semester yet. The screen displayed a text message agreeing to meet at the train station to watch a movie and work on the report together, a somewhat unusual plan at this time. Striding down the street in activewear, Sara suddenly paused and cheered in pure joy upon seeing the familiar figure of her tutor from afar. As for Seowon, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat with a flustered expression upon realizing the completely unexpected appearance of his little student. Standing beside an unfamiliar girl, he looked in shock at Sara approaching in the middle of the crowded street and softly called her name in astonishment. His mind raced continuously with the question of why Sara was appearing here at this moment, until a sudden thought flashed in his head. He suddenly remembered that according to the schedule, today was her last exam day, yet he still couldn't hide his embarrassment at the ironic situation. Meanwhile, the female friend walking with him crossed her arms in annoyance and insisted on demanding the identity of the girl who had just popped up to ruin things. Seowon tried to regain his composure and curiously asked Sara what she was doing here, whether she was enjoying her free time with friends. Answering his confusion, Sara also wondered about her teacher's presence here and received the reply that he was just busy with a college group project. The girl softly repeated the words group project with a forced smile, trying to hide the disappointment gradually brewing in her eyes. Right after, Sara hurriedly waved goodbye under the excuse of going to eat, not forgetting to wish him well on his work so she could quickly leave the ironic situation. Seowon could only put his hand to his face in embarrassment and softly said goodbye, while reminding her about their scheduled tutoring session next Tuesday. As the backs of him and the unfamiliar girl gradually faded away, Sara stood frozen in the middle of the street, sweat beading on her face as an indescribable sadness surged in her heart. At the eatery, the girl collapsed completely onto the table while her companion kept gushing over how jaw-droppingly handsome the tutor was in real life. That friend kept teasing that now she completely understood why Sara tried so hard to keep that gorgeous man all to herself. In the face of the playful banter, Sara remained silent with a dazed look, her heart feeling suffocated by the presence of the unfamiliar girl beside her crush. Noticing something off, her friend looked straight into Sara's eyes and pressed to ask if her mood was turning sour just because of the attractive girl beside Mr. Kim earlier. Sara bit her lip anxiously, her mind relentlessly obsessed with the suspicious relationship between Mr. Kim and that model-like gorgeous girl. Sitting in the restaurant, her best friend tried to reassure her that it was probably just a classmate, but Sara immediately countered that no group project consists of only 2 people. Seeing her friend so worked up, the short-haired girl offered to conduct an Instagram investigation to uncover the other person's identity, even though Sara was still full of skepticism. With a confident look, her friend asserted that with that style, the girl would definitely have a selfie as her profile picture, and they would soon find a lead. The entire space suddenly fell silent as her best friend poured all her focus into swiping rapidly across her phone screen to perform an intense information sweep. However, after a while of effort, the girl gave up and complained that she had checked every girl's account but still found no one suspicious. Sara dropped her head onto the desk in disappointment, only responding to her friend's invitation to take photos to cheer up with a heavy sigh. The girl stared dazedly at her phone with sad eyes, her mind seemingly consumed by an unspoken anxiety about her tutor. In another development on the street, that unfamiliar girl suddenly yelled loudly, demanding Seowon to stop because she hadn't finished saying what needed to be said. The guy slightly furrowed his brows in weariness, rubbing the back of his neck and wondering what on earth she wanted to cause at a time like this. Yena, with a reproachful face, pressed Seowon on why he kept ignoring her and whether it was really necessary to push things this far. Without bothering to look back, he walked straightforwardly and asserted to her that between the two of them, there was no longer any shared perspective. Seowon gave a cold glance, expressing deep disappointment toward her and declaring that he had never regretted anything he had done. He looked at her with lifeless eyes and suggested they decisively cut off all contact so they could completely separate from each other's lives. Those harsh words stunned Yena to the point of speechlessness. She stood rooted to the spot, weakly pleading for him to stop this immediately. Ignoring the girl's anguish, Seowon nonchalantly picked up his ringing phone and walked away briskly, as if wanting to instantly escape the stifling atmosphere. Suddenly, a text notification chime sounded, making him pause, his previously cold eyes instantly turning thoughtful as he focused on the screen. He quietly sent an apology text to Sara for not greeting her properly earlier, thoughtfully sending money via an app, so she could comfortably eat out with her friend. Instantly, seeing him in the distance, Sara joyfully waved her hand and shouted her tutor's name with a radiant smile that lit up the entire street. He stood dazed observing his student in a gorgeous outfit, secretly marveled that her everyday style looked genuinely mature and captivating. Sara looked at Yena with envious eyes, constantly wondering about the relationship between her tutor and that model pretty girl. Sitting in the eatery, the girl screamed to her friend that no group project ever had only two people working together like that. Seeing her friend so eager, the best friend offered to conduct an Instagram raid to expose the other person's identity immediately. Her fingers began scrolling rapidly and professionally through Seowon's following list to search for any suspicious faces. After hours of intense focus, her friend poured all her attention onto the phone screen without being distracted for even a second. However, her friend had to give up and sighed that despite checking every girl's account, she still found no results. Sara wrapped herself tightly in a blanket in her room with a gloomy face, secretly hoping that they really were just normal working partners. The girl lay sprawled on the bed exhaustedly, looking at her phone while calling herself a sick stalker for constantly obsessing over this. Eyeing the screen up close, Sara immersed herself in negative thoughts about the status gap between herself and that girl. Finally, the girl burst into tears and admitted that even if she were a man, she would choose to love someone glamorous like that instead of herself. Sara stumbled upon an old photo of Mr. Kim taken with a group of friends from his early 20s, looking extremely dashing. She stared intently at his youthful face, then suddenly froze upon seeing an account named Yena tagged right in that very picture. Curiosity piqued, Sara immediately found the girl's profile and was overwhelmed by a series of extraordinarily glamorous and alluring photos. She sat bolt upright in the middle of the night with a tangled mind, secretly wondering why they didn't follow each other now despite being so close in the past. The deeper she dug into old posts, the more extreme tension showed in Sara's eyes as the doubts in her heart gradually turned into a terrifying reality. A photo from years ago caught her eye, showing a hand wearing a ring on the left ring finger, proof of a couple's promise of commitment. The harsh truth stunned Sara. She painfully confirmed that the pretty girl was indeed Mr. Kim's ex-girlfriend and no one else. She collapsed onto the bed with lifeless eyes, mocking herself for having been lost in wild illusions of her own making all this time. Her hands clenched the blanket tightly as if suppressing her feelings. She felt completely eclipsed by an ex who possessed both depth and flawless beauty. In the end, Sara could only curl up in the darkness of despair, silently screaming that she really wanted to break down because her heart was completely shattered. The scene shifted to a noisy, bustling pub where freshmen were gathering to celebrate after tense classes. Amidst the crowd of strangers, Yena sat alone with a thoroughly bored face, seemingly unable to find a connection with anyone there. The girl silently complained about wanting to go home immediately, while having to force smiles to answer polite questions about drinking capacity or corny jokes. Yena blamed herself for missing orientation and the field trip, making her feel like an outsider trying to fit into pre-existing friend groups. Sighing softly in helplessness, the girl secretly accepted that her lonely college life had probably officially begun today. Suddenly, a voice calling out startled her. Yena looked up in surprise to see an unfamiliar guy standing in front of her table. The guy in the gray hoodie flashed a friendly smile, politely asking if he could sit next to her to chat. Slightly taken aback by his charming appearance, Yena softly agreed, while still curious about his sudden appearance. The guy proactively introduced himself as 20 years old and asked her age, making the atmosphere between the two strangers suddenly feel more comfortable. Yena looked straight into his eyes and wondered why she hadn't seen him during orientation, because someone so striking would definitely be easy to spot. Seowon smiled awkwardly and explained that he had the flu at that time, causing the girl to ask in astonishment if everyone here was completely a stranger to him. He nodded, admitting that his number of friends was actually 0, and this was also his first time participating in a group hangout like this. Yena looked at him with a skeptical gaze and remarked that his demeanor inherently exuded the vibe of a connoisseur at drinking parties. The guy covered his mouth in embarrassment, laughed, and asked back how his image actually appeared in her mind. The girl hurriedly corrected herself, saying she just thought he looked very energetic and belonged to the extrovert type. Seowon immediately challenged her to check his social media account to see how many real connections he actually had. He confidently slicked his hair back and urged her to go ahead and take a look to clearly see the difference between rumors and reality. Yena was shocked to see a quite large number of followers on the screen, and immediately, he also requested to see her personal page in return. She started awkwardly swiping on the screen, and admitted that her account was inherently extremely desolate and sparse. After a moment of hesitation, Yena reluctantly handed the phone for him to see with an embarrassed face, secretly fearing she would be teased by him. Yena proudly showed off her personal page with over 3,000 followers and asked how Seowon felt about her aesthetic taste. Looking at that impressive number, the guy suddenly fell silent in amazement at his friend's unimaginably high popularity. Seowon gave a slight, awkward smile and repeated his previous confession that he originally didn't have a single close friend. Yena stared at the luxurious ring on her finger with a bewildered look, unable to believe it was real. She hesitantly asked if she was really receiving a gift from this luxury brand she had always dreamed of. Seowon acted very suave, asserting that no matter how expensive it was, it didn't matter as long as she genuinely liked it. Those sweet words made Yena freeze. She could only look at him in silence, her cheeks gradually flushing pink with emotion. Seeing her say nothing, he anxiously pressed her, asking if she was dissatisfied or if he should have discussed it with her beforehand. Yena hastily covered her face in pure excitement and screamed that she really loved it, continuously thanking him. The guy gave a slight, satisfied smile while she secretly cheered that she had indeed conquered an overly perfect man. Jaehyun's friends excitedly interrogated her upon hearing the news that she had a boyfriend and continuously urged her to quickly reveal a photo of the guy. Jaehyun hesitantly held her phone, gently stroking her hair in embarrassment, and deliberately downplayed him by claiming he really wasn't anything special. Her stammering attitude inevitably raised suspicions among the friends sitting across from her, causing them to look at each other with teasing glances. They advised her not to force it if she didn't have a photo, while Jaehyun's fingers kept swiping on the screen so fast it was as if they were going to catch fire from stress. Another friend suddenly mentioned Yena Jang and wondered if this stylish girl had also found her other half. The girl in the black dress openly expressed her jealousy, constantly gushing over the gorgeous looks of the man who had caught Yena's eye. Yena took a small sip of water with an unusual calmness, her face clearly showing satisfaction as she affirmed that his looks were completely her type. Right at this moment, a notification chime unexpectedly rang, making the girl suddenly pause and focus entirely on her phone screen. Seeing Yena engrossed in texting, the friend sitting next to her started teasing and told her to save the romance for after the hangout ended. However, Yena immediately denied it was her boyfriend and nonchalantly announced that she would leave at 7 o'clock to go drinking with the male students in their department. Yena made her friends panic when she announced her tight schedule and was scolded by them for having the heart to set up 2 appointments at the same time like that. The girl explained, keeping her eyes glued to her phone, that the other party had earnestly begged her to be there because without her, that gathering would fall apart. Seeing Yena's indifferent demeanor, the friends sitting across from her began to harbor doubts about the true identity of the group she was about to meet. They exchanged meaningful looks in a prolonged silence, seemingly trying to evaluate what percentage of the girl's words was actually true. A friend suddenly realized and silently affirmed that the other party must definitely be all guys because clearly they would only show up if Yena went along. The friend sitting across from her bluntly asked whether her boyfriend was really comfortable knowing his lover was going out alone with a bunch of guys. Yena hesitantly confessed that she hadn't breathed a word of this to her lover, making the friend beside her so shocked she almost choked on her water and was completely left speechless. After that suffocating moment, the whole group had to reassure themselves that everything would be fine if no romantic feelings arose, then hurriedly switched to the topic of haircuts to relieve the tension. At exactly 7 p.m., Yena appeared at a pub in an incredibly alluring fashion style and was immediately welcomed enthusiastically by the group of male students with loud cheers. She casually approached and sat down at the table surrounded by 4 guys, curiously asking if they had ordered anything yet to start the party. Her close friends gathered around to interrogate Yena about the rumor that she had a boyfriend, constantly urging her to quickly show them a photo to verify his looks. Scratching her head while being evasive, Yena indifferently replied that he really wasn't anything cute, which only made her friends more curious. The 2 girls sitting across from her could only exchange concerned looks, secretly judging their friend's vague and dishonest attitude. Seeing Yena swiping frantically on her phone, someone spoke up advising her not to force herself to find a photo to the point where her hands looked like they were going to catch fire. The red-haired friend suddenly remembered something and curiously asked if Yena was actually enjoying a fulfilling life like what she posted online. The girl in the black shirt beside her couldn't hide her jealousy, complaining that she didn't know when she would ever find such a top-tier man. Yena suddenly stared into space with dreamy eyes, silently affirming that his looks were entirely her type. Suddenly a notification chime rang out, startling her as she looked down at her phone screen with an extremely unpredictable expression. The friend sitting next to her immediately started teasing and told Yena to temporarily put romance aside to focus on the group's gathering. Yena immediately corrected that it wasn't her boyfriend and nonchalantly announced she would leave at 7 o'clock to go drinking with other guys. Seowon glanced away with a cold expression, pressing Yena on whether she truly didn't trust him or if there was another reason. Then he unexpectedly sat down next to her on the bed, gently grabbed her small hands, and called Yena's name in a deep voice, as if wanting to soothe the tense atmosphere. However, he chose to nuzzle his head into her shoulder exhaustedly, making Yena feel extremely annoyed because this wasn't the first time he had acted this way. The girl immediately questioned him about secretly going to the bar behind her back, prompting Seowon to just sarcastically reply that even if he asked for permission, she would certainly never agree anyway. Yena looked straight into his eyes with firm determination, asserting that she was just hanging out with friends and had absolutely no intention of fooling around or betraying their relationship. From a higher vantage point, she continuously reproached him for always trying to control her life, while Seowon could only weakly deny that intention. Unable to hold back any longer, Yena loudly threatened that if things kept going on like this, it would be best for them both to end the relationship right away. She turned away with a highly irritated look, silently cursing the nuisance this man brought while Seowon remained sitting quietly behind her. Contrary to expectations, Seowon slightly bowed his head with heavy eyes, then coldly agreed to break up, plunging the room into a terrifying silence in an instant. He casually put on his jacket and left coldly to start his shift, despite Yena calling his name in sheer astonishment and extreme disappointment. Seowon slammed the door as he left, leaving Yena to only scream in despair while watching his figure gradually disappear behind the cold wooden door. She clutched her collar tightly, as if to suppress the choking frustration welling up in her chest over his sudden heartlessness. Collapsing onto the bed with her arm covering her eyes, Yena silently cursed the awfulness of her current situation now that everything had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Seowon stood frozen in the hallway with a heavy expression. It seemed his heart was not as at peace as his cold exterior suggested. He let out an exhausted sigh and slumped down in front of the door, as if wanting to shed all the psychological burdens weighing heavily on his shoulders. Running a hand through his messy hair, he tried to regain his composure to dispel the unhappy memories of what had just happened. Seowon silently told himself that no matter how messed up his mind was, he still had to force himself up to make it in time for his upcoming shift. Back to Yena. She lay dazedly on the bed and reminisced about the times she had casually said the words of breaking up like a joke over the past while. But this time things were different when Seowon remained completely silent, ignoring all her lengthy explanatory and questioning messages on the app. Too furious at that coldness, the girl sat bolt upright with blazing eyes and mentally scolded him that he should at least say a proper goodbye instead of abandoning her like this. Yena proactively approached a strange guy in the dimly lit space of the bar with a highly confident greeting. She didn't hesitate to lean close to his ear to drop a compliment about his attractive looks and hint at asking for his personal account to get to know him. Faced with the unexpected offer, Seowon merely gave a subtle, meaningful smile. It seemed he was all too familiar with flirtations like this. Yena nervously waited for a reaction from him, her eyes clearly showing expectation mixed with a bit of flutter at the demeanor of the man in front of her. Letting out a sigh full of regret, the girl had to turn her back and walk away when she didn't get the desired result from that cold tutor. The vibrant neon lights enveloped the entire luxurious space of the bar, where the revelry seemingly continued to be incredibly boisterous. Standing in the crowd, Yena suddenly felt empty and silently lamented that she was actually missing Seowon Kim to the point she couldn't contain it. Meanwhile at home, Sara was still diligently stalking Yena's personal page, secretly marveling at the flawless beauty of the person her tutor used to date. The girl buried her face in her hands full of self-pity, hating herself for staying immersed in the pathetic act of snooping on someone else's life. Brushing aside the sadness, Sara suddenly recalled the past and anxiously wondered if Mr. Kim had actually heard her previous confessions. Sara screamed out with full determination that she would definitely win over and date her tutor at any cost. She even daydreamed far ahead about getting married and that their future children would also attend the prestigious university. Standing from behind, Seowon smiled a subtle, meaningful smile, secretly wondering if his little student was actually serious or just joking about her feelings for him. Returning to harsh reality, Sara tossed and turned under the blanket, fearing that no matter how much effort she put in, the chance between the two of them would still be a big fat zero. She stared into space with heavy eyes, her heart constantly screaming because her desire to officially date him was too intense. Lying dazedly in the middle of the silent room, Sara secretly wondered how amazing it would feel if one day that teacher became her boyfriend. At school, the sound of students' names being called rang out steadily in the quiet space of the classroom, making the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly suffocating. Sara buried her face in her desk with lifeless eyes because all of last night she couldn't sleep a wink, constantly obsessed with the presence of Mr. Kim's ex-girlfriend. Right when she heard the teacher call her name loudly, the girl woke up with a start, her face sweating profusely, and hurriedly jumped to her feet in a daze. Her trembling hands grabbed the piece of paper with the name Mihi Lee written on it. It seemed a new truth was about to be revealed, causing Sara's heart to inevitably tighten. Sara's hands trembled as she tightly held her test result slip, where the numbers deciding her fate were gradually becoming clear. Her mother slightly raised an eyebrow and couldn't hide her surprise upon admitting that her scores this time had truly improved leaps and bounds. Instead of being happy, the girl broke into a cold sweat with a highly tense expression, as if she were facing an even tougher challenge. The mother continued to offer deep advice, saying that a prestigious school wasn't the sole measure of success. She stood up and emphasized that getting high scores right now was simply to give her more options while she still hadn't found a life goal. But then the expectation of enrolling in Hankook University that her mother mentioned suddenly became an invisible obsession engulfing her mind. Sara trudged away with an inferiority complex, silently telling herself that her mother was right because she herself inherently wasn't talented or had any ambitions. Looking at Sanghyuk's proud trophies and medals, she felt even smaller in the face of the genius her parents had always favorably invested in. She dropped her head to the floor in total despair, asking herself whether she had enough strength to step across the threshold of college. Lying dazedly on the bed, Sara fell into a vortex of negative thoughts about the future, about her friends, and also the biggest reason named Mr. Kim. Sara quietly held the ruler on the table, her hands trembling as if trying to hold on to her last bit of composure under the academic pressure. Her mother slightly raised an eyebrow at the report card and praised that her results this time had really improved a lot. Although acknowledged, Sara still kept an anxious face, as if those numbers were not enough to make her feel at ease. The mother continued to reassure her that she did not force her to get into top prestigious schools to be considered successful. In the spacious living room, she emphasized that studying was only so she could have more choices later and not be hindered by grades. However, her mother's expectation for her to pass the Hankook University entrance exam inadvertently became a 1,000-pound boulder weighing heavily on the teenage girl's frail shoulders. Sitting in the quiet classroom, Sara felt melancholic thinking about her brother Sang-hyuk's genius and the absolute support their parents gave him. She rested her head on the desk helplessly and asked herself whether an ordinary person like her could truly reach the threshold of university. Her eyes were glued to the book's pages, but her mind constantly spiraled into self-doubt and negative thoughts about a bleak future. Sara sighed softly with dull eyes, feeling completely exhausted having to struggle between harsh reality and out-of-reach expectations. Sara started the tutoring session by softly calling Mr. Kim's name while looking at the messy pile of school supplies on the desk. She rested her head on her notebook in frustration and confessed that even though she knew senior year pressure was normal, she was becoming overly sensitive. Looking at his exhausted little student, Seowon gently comforted her that time would pass very quickly and the November exam would arrive in just the blink of an eye. He slightly tilted his head to look at her and shared that he himself had experienced those exact same feelings of being stuck in the past. Sara was momentarily stunned by his empathy, her eyes flickering as she realized the aloof teacher also had moments of vulnerability. Even so, fear of the future still surrounded her mind when thinking that once the exam ended, she would lose her last excuse to be by his side. While lost in her unrealistic thoughts, Seowon's deep voice suddenly rang out, startling her back to reality. He looked straight into her eyes with encouragement and firmly affirmed that his student had truly worked hard and tried her best. Seeing Sara still blankly asking again, he continued to emphasize that she had much greater dedication and perseverance than how she usually underestimated herself. Seowon leaned back in his chair and smiled, listing a series of her strengths, from never leaving homework unfinished to her admirable drive for progress in every session. Seowon continued to encourage her that overcoming this stressful period was already an incredibly impressive achievement of her own. He believed that with her inherent bright and optimistic personality, Sara would definitely achieve success wherever she went. Those sweet words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Sara determined at all costs to get accepted into the same university as her dream teacher. She secretly calculated that if she could do that, she would have more choices and opportunities to close the distance with him. On the study desk, the messy pile of books and meticulously highlighted notes showed the teenage girl's relentless efforts. But then harsh reality struck, making Sara cover her face in exhaustion and doubt whether she truly had enough strength to reach that goal. She put a hand to her forehead with a clearly stressed face, the feeling of being stuck in front of the massive amount of knowledge, making her mind chaotic. Seowon quietly observed his little student from behind with deep eyes. It seemed he was also carrying indescribable worries within him. Sara continued to tear her hair out in despair, truly hating that she kept lingering in the vortex of negative thoughts. Suddenly, she looked up with wavering eyes, secretly hoping her sincerity would receive a responding signal from the other party. Seowon slightly leaned in and reminded Sara not to be too pressured, but to temporarily set aside all worries to focus entirely on the present. Those gentle words suddenly made Sara's heart race, her face flushed red, and she panicked inwardly, wondering what his intentions really were. Looking at his slender hands holding the pen right next to her, she hurriedly avoided his gaze to hide the fluster spreading throughout her body. Her gaze accidentally stopped at the teacher's broad shoulders, while the commemorative pictures behind them seemed to serve as a backdrop for this suffocating moment. The burning sensation made Sara unable to keep calm. She screamed internally upon realizing she was fiercely fluttering at this unexpected closeness. Suddenly, Seowon held up his pen and urged her to quickly finish the exercises up to question 25 instead of just sitting there in a daze. He gave a mesmerizing smile and repeated once more that the most important thing right now was for her to focus on what was happening. Sara stared blankly into space, her mind constantly struggling with whether his promises about the future were sincere or just a joke. She clenched her fists in pain, inwardly affirming that he definitely knew her feelings, and him playing dumb was a tactful rejection. Her face suddenly dropped with piled-up thoughts. Sara sighed inwardly, realizing the distance between them was still too great a wall to overcome. Sara looked at Seowon with a skeptical gaze and secretly bet that he must have acted just as gently with his ex-girlfriends. Seowon suddenly turned and interrupted her train of thought by asking why she hadn't started solving the unfinished pile of exercises yet. Not willing to let it go, she gathered all her courage and pressed him on whether he remembered the moment she accidentally slipped up and revealed her secret last time. The young man slightly raised his eyebrows and let out a seemingly innocent question, as if he completely didn't understand what the heck she was talking about. The two sat facing each other in silence as Sara bluntly brought up that it was the moment she confessed she really liked him. She looked at Seowon with sorrowful eyes, her heart suddenly tightening at the frighteningly indifferent attitude of the man in front of her. Faced with his student's seriousness, Seowon maintained an oddly calm expression, making the tutoring session's atmosphere more suffocating than ever. He slightly curled his lips into a polite smile, then asked back what she was talking about, making Sara feel like a fool. Too resentful, she gripped the pen tightly in her hand and loudly demanded the tutor drop the innocent act to avoid the truth. Sara's hands trembled over the blank page, inwardly affirming that his silence right now was the most bitter rejection. Sara gathered all her courage, looked straight into her tutor's eyes, and blurted out a sincere confession that she really liked him. In response to that abruptness, Mr. Kim still kept a frighteningly calm face, his eyes not showing the slightest waver. The room suddenly fell into extreme silence, the two sitting across from each other in a suffocatingly breathless atmosphere. Outside the window, a pouring rain pelted the lush green leaves, seemingly amplifying the stillness and tension inside the room. In the quiet room, two silhouettes sat silently at the study desk, each surrounded by their own unspeakable private thoughts. Sara stared at him in shock, her eyes widening as she felt a subtle change in the attitude of the man across from her. Mr. Kim slightly lowered his eyes with a pensive look, inwardly blaming himself for having truly made a serious mistake. Meanwhile, Sara's body wouldn't stop trembling from being too nervous, feeling her heart pound rapidly, making her freeze, unable to move. The young man rested his chin on his hand and gently called her name. It seemed he was ready to give an answer to her earlier confession. However, Mr. Kim coldly affirmed a harsh truth that no matter what, a teacher would always remain just a teacher. Seowon slightly tilted his head to look at his little student, then spoke up to ask if they should continue the lesson after that unexpected confession. At that question, Sara could only sit in stunned silence with dull eyes, shocked to realize her seriousness had just been gently brushed aside by him. The bitter, choking sensation in her throat left the girl unable to utter a word, the atmosphere in the room suddenly becoming so suffocating it was hard to breathe. She quickly raised her hands to cover her face, which was gradually turning red with embarrassment, internally screaming that she really wanted to burst into tears right then. As for Seowon, he quietly turned away to avoid her gaze, leaving a distant, cold gap between the two. He bowed his head and sighed heavily, secretly lamenting in his heart that this ironic situation was truly driving him crazy. Just then, her mother suddenly walked in to check on the lesson, making Sara jump and quickly lie that she had been absorbing the material very well. She offered a forced smile, promising to achieve the highest results next term, even though in reality her mind was completely blank, devoid of any knowledge. Seowon quietly packed his belongings into his backpack, then made a cryptic remark about his student's brilliant acting skills in front of her parent. Before leaving, he unexpectedly turned back to ask what she wanted for dinner and mentioned the kimchi stew he had prepared, leaving Sara to reply lifelessly. Sara's mother astutely noticed the lesson was over, so she hurriedly asked Mr. Kim if he had brought an umbrella to go home in this weather. Outside the window, Heavy raindrops started pouring down, whitewashing a corner of the sky, signaling a sudden thunderstorm. Seowon gave a wry smile and intended to run home despite the rain, but Sara's mother stopped him, worried he would catch a cold. Immediately, she asked Sara to quickly lend her teacher an umbrella, causing the girl to freeze at this unexpected situation. Sara quietly handed the umbrella to her tutor, while Seowon politely accepted the item along with a sincere thank you. Before walking out the door, he didn't forget to turn back to look at his little student, leaving a promise to see her again the following week. Watching his silhouette gradually fade away, Sara could only suppress a sigh, screaming internally that she really didn't want to see him again. The crisp sound of an umbrella popping open rang out in the rain, the pitch-black umbrella opening to shield Seowon from the pouring water droplets. He stood silently under the umbrella for a long time, looking up at the gloomy sky with a very unpredictable expression, as if immersed in his own thoughts. Raindrops continuously tapped a rhythm on the umbrella while Seowon quietly walked away, gradually disappearing into the gray curtain of rain ahead. Sara stared blankly at a large tear on the black umbrella and inwardly lamented that bad luck seemed to be surrounding her endlessly. She was shocked to realize that even the hem of the shirt she was wearing was torn a long slit, making her heart even heavier after an eventful lesson. Sara buried her face in the sofa with all her pent-up frustration. She kept thrashing about in an extreme mental breakdown as everything derailed. Lying down staring at her phone screen with lifeless eyes, she tormented herself over why she had been foolish enough to blurt out such an abrupt confession to Mr. Kim. Her hands clutched tightly at her chest as if trying to soothe the tearing pain. Sara lamented inwardly that her heart was shattering and felt like there was a huge hole inside. She covered her face in utmost despair, asking herself why a 19-year-old girl had to bear more suffering than even the grueling college entrance exams. Sara suddenly paused with wavering eyes, trying to deny the harsh reality, but the sadness continued to envelop her mind without a moment's rest. To escape the feeling of loneliness, she frantically typed out a text to an acquaintance and announced that she was on her way to their house right then. The young man with a doubtful expression leaned against the door looking at her. He coldly asked straight out for the reason why she was suddenly showing up here at this hour. Standing opposite him, Sara clenched her fists with a resolute gaze. It seemed she had made up her mind to face everything instead of continuing to run away. Eun-pa, with his purple eyes, clearly showed astoundment seeing the unfamiliar expression of the girl in front of him. He unexpectedly stepped forward, pinning her against the wall with a dominating demeanor, and pressed her with worry upon realizing she was shedding tears. Sara couldn't hold it back any longer. She burst into sobbing tears and called Eun-pa's name as a way to vent all the grievances weighing heavily in her heart. Contrary to his initial concern, Eun-pa then appeared fed up. He rested his chin on his hand looking at her and asked whether she was actually going crazy. He poured out a lecture about how an adult would never date a minor and questioned her true motives. Sara hurriedly sat up from the bed and earnestly asked him to hang out tomorrow, but Eun-pa immediately refused due to his class schedule at the center. Seeing her looking bewildered, knowing he didn't actually attend classes anywhere, Eun-pa nonchalantly explained that he had to prepare for an interview. Sara gently tucked her hair with a thoughtful face, internally curious about the so-called interview academy and feeling out of place regarding his plans. She tormented herself thinking that the confession meant absolutely nothing to her teacher. Perhaps he just considered it a momentary rebellion of his student. Lying on the bed and clutching the pillow tightly in her hands, Sara painfully wondered if their worlds would change if she no longer held the status of a minor. Seowon stood silently under the black umbrella in the pouring rain, his face clearly showing a profound expression along with eyes full of contemplation. Just as he reached the building's lobby, he suddenly exclaimed in dismay when he saw the unfortunate incident that had just happened to the item in his hand. Returning to the bathroom, Seowon bared his muscular chest and swallowed hard with a tense face, as if enduring immense pressure. He raised his hand to cover his face to hide his eyes, which clearly showed exhaustion and melancholic feelings that were hard to express. Standing in front of the mirror, he bowed his head in deep thought, thinking of a way to bring up the truth to his best friend Sang-hyo. At the same time, at the quiet row of study desks, Sara was sitting blankly next to a pile of books with an extremely heavy heart. She furrowed her brows in distress, her dull eyes looking down as if engulfed by ultimate regret. Suddenly, Sara tore at her hair in frustration and silently blamed herself for being so hasty in blurting out such an abrupt confession. She tormented herself that, even though there wasn't much time left to meet, acting too impatiently had made everything worse. But then Sara suddenly froze with a dazed look upon realizing the truth that Seowon had actually always known her feelings. Sara drowned in the chaos of the past, secretly wondering why he had volunteered to take her all the way home that day. Then recalled Seowon's radiant smile whenever he thoughtfully brought delicious bags of food just for her. She couldn't even forget the tutor's gallantry, when he was always the one to proactively pay for all the group's meals. The image of him gently putting his arm around her shoulder with deep intimacy during late study sessions suddenly returned, making Sara's heart ache again. She rested her chin on her hand, looking into the distance, quietly sinking into an endless stream of thoughts with eyes clearly showing indescribable sorrow. Unable to continue focusing on her books, Sara decided to pack up her things and then slowly walked through the quiet night to relieve her mind. The doorbell rang, signaling a customer had just stepped into the quiet space of the familiar convenience store. Among the store shelves, Eunpa suddenly stopped with a solemn face when he saw a silhouette that had just appeared. Sara was so stunned that she gasped in absolute amazement, her eyes widening as she unexpectedly bumped into her best friend at this unforeseen location. She quickly approached Eunpa and pressed him on what the heck he was doing here at such a late hour in the night. Sara asked whether Eunpa had finished his interview prep class that he leisurely appeared to eat out with everyone like this. She forced a slight smile and admitted that because of the failed confession yesterday, her mind was a mess and unable to focus. She had to sneak home early. Eunpa smirked and teased that soon he would be busy studying at the academy, so there would be no one around to comfort her, threatening that she would face many difficulties. Faced with her best friend's teasing, Sara could only remain silent, her face clearly showing questioning and deep contemplation. Then she suddenly became extremely serious, unexpectedly suggesting to enroll at that academy with Eunpa. The abrupt suggestion made Eunpa flush red with embarrassment. The boy asked back in stunned disbelief, unable to utter a word. As the two strolled under the streetlights, Sara started to meticulously ask about his specific study schedule for the week. In her mind, she secretly mapped out a plan that if she took 3 extra classes, it would be easy to convince her mother to cut down on her tutoring hours. Sara was determined to create a boundary to avoid her tutor. She decisively demanded that Eunpa send her the academy's information right away. In another development, Seowon quietly lay with his arms behind his head and sorrowful eyes. It seemed he was sensing the impending distance. Seowon lay flat on the bed full of worries, secretly asking himself what to do with Sara when the September exam was so close yet she intended to give up. He suddenly remembered his student's smile and secretly concluded that with her stubborn personality, Sara would definitely find every way to avoid him after the recent incident. His face turned sad, reminiscing about the unexpected moment when Sara abruptly blurted out her confession, making everything awkward. A notification chime rang, cutting off his train of thought. Seowon picked up his phone and noticed a new post had just been uploaded on social media. He slightly curled his lip watching the screen, his eyes clearly showing curiosity as he started following the latest activities from his little student's account. The image of Sara happily showing off being treated to ice cream by someone, along with the feet of the two people, appeared, making his chest suddenly tighten. He fixed his eyes on that ambiguous joint photo, trying to scrutinize every tiny detail to figure out the identity of the stranger walking with her. Seowon's face gradually became stern, his eyes narrowing sharply as an invisible feeling of jealousy began to creep into his mind. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he decided to click on the tagged account name in the photo to conduct a secret investigation. But right after that, Seowon suddenly froze with eyes wide open in sheer astonishment at the identity of the account owner that had just been exposed. Seowon stood silently stroking his chin in deep thought, secretly asking himself how to face the strange changes in his little student's attitude. He gently raised his hand to rub the back of his neck with a confused look, It seemed the vague thoughts were making his mind unusually heated and restless. Finally, Seowon decided to look down at the phone in his hand and ordered himself to quickly stop obsessing over unnecessary things. A dry click sounded as he reached out to turn off the light, inwardly mocking that even though people's hearts could be ungrateful at times, the current situation was truly a grotesque joke. The morning sunlight, along with birds singing outside the window, signaled a new day beginning, but Seowon still lay blankly staring at the ceiling with eyes heavy with thoughts. He brought his skinny hand up in front of his face and let out a troubled sigh about the bad premonitions gradually appearing in his mind. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on the phone screen, making Seowon narrow his eyes in deep concentration to clearly see the message that was just sent. He immediately sat up among the messy pile of blankets and pillows, looking extremely urgent as he started reading closely every line of text displaying on the messaging app. It was a notification from Sara's mother about wanting to reduce the number of tutoring sessions so she could focus on the interview academy, prompting him to quickly confirm his agreement. Seowon stretched out refreshingly and told himself that everything turned out to be happening extremely smoothly and exactly as he had expected. Seowon reassured himself that keeping a distance and rejecting his students' feelings at this moment was the most righteous thing to do. At the academy, Eunpa informed Sara that this place was open all weekend and reminded her that cameras would monitor to kick out the lazy ones. In the quiet space, the two diligently studied together under the enveloping tense atmosphere before the important exam. Sara suddenly paused, then hesitantly called Eunpa's name as if seeking an answer for her heavy heart. She confessed she didn't want this at all, but her mind kept sinking into the unhappy memories of a few days ago. In response to that confession was Eunpa's profoundly deep gaze. He quietly observed every painful expression clear on his friend's face. He secretly asked himself whether the reason she was rejected was because the confession was too clumsy, or in reality just because she still carried the status of a minor. Sara rested her head on the desk in exhaustion and secretly sighed, affirming that it was the cruelest boundary separating the two. Looking at that pathetic expression, Eunpa curiously asked about the age gap and found out the tutor had just turned 23 this year. To wake her from her dream, he bluntly asked back whether she would have the courage to accept if a middle school student confessed to her. Sara dropped onto the desk stubbornly. She muttered that a 4-year gap was actually nothing and not worth worrying about compatibility. Then she looked up at Eunpa with expectant eyes, earnestly asking him to suggest a really cool confession line that would make the other person fall instantly. Eunpa listened in silence, his eyes suddenly turning profound and thoughtful at the somewhat naive request of his longtime best friend. Unexpectedly, he rested his chin on his hand and made a very bold suggestion that she should try performing that confession right on him. Sara was stunned by his unusual reaction, her eyes widening in suspicion as she pressed to ask what on earth he wanted her to try. Eunpa smiled slightly with hidden meaning. He repeated slowly that she should treat him as the target to practice how to express her feelings as naturally as possible. He affirmed he would enthusiastically assist and urged his friend to quickly start this practice session immediately. Sara completely froze in shock. She stammered, asking again whether he really wanted her to practice confessing to him. In her head appeared the image of Eunpa and her brother Sanghyuk being close to each other, secretly realizing he was the only opposite-sex friend she truly trusted. In response to that confusion, Eunpa looked straight into Sara's eyes with a breathtaking seriousness, as if truly waiting for the most sincere sentence. Sara hesitantly looked at her best friend with a forced smile. It seemed she was not mentally ready for this bold practice suggestion. She hurriedly turned her face away and decisively rejected it because she felt that action was truly too hard to perform naturally. Eunpa smirked, leaning back nonchalantly, and reminded her that she was the one who kept complaining about those cheesy confessions. Bowing her head to hide her gradually blushing cheeks, Sara softly admitted that was true, but in reality, she felt incredibly awkward facing it directly. Eunpa silently observed every tiny reaction of his soulmate with a curious gaze and an unpredictable profundity. Making Sara use her hair to cover her whole face to escape, she exclaimed miserably that this was truly way too embarrassing for her. Eunpa's gaze suddenly became oddly serious and intense, as if truly immersed in the emotions of this practice session. He unexpectedly raised his hand to ruffle his hair to suppress his agitation, secretly blaming himself for letting his heartbeat race uncontrollably. Then, using both hands to cover his face that was as red as fire, Eun-pa was stunned to realize the long-held flutterings were gradually bursting out. Sara stared blankly, following every gesture of her best friend. She gasped inwardly upon noticing the atmosphere between them had suddenly become different from usual. Sara and Eun-pa both turned beet red, the atmosphere suddenly becoming suffocating as they both secretly acknowledged the strange feeling kindling inside. Overcoming that awkwardness, both continued burying their heads in books, then went to eat ramen together to recharge their energy for the long battle. Returning to the academy after a delicious dinner, Eun-pa secretly affirmed that the walls separating their 15-year friendship would not be easily broken down. The clock struck 9:53 at night, marking the end of a very hard and stressful day of reviewing. Eun-pa softly spoke up, inviting his friend to leave together, while Sara could only stretch sluggishly to dispel the exhaustion after many hours sitting at the study desk. She complained she didn't want to continue studying when returning home, but immediately affirmed her determination to pass the Hankook University entrance exam to meet her tutor again. Under the quiet night streetlights, the two friends strolled together on the deserted street after leaving the academy to return home. Suddenly, Sara's hands rummaged through all her pockets with an anxious face, as if she had lost some important item. She suddenly stopped with her eyes wide in panic, then loudly demanded her best friend to quickly stop immediately. Sara worriedly announced that perhaps she had accidentally left her AirPods in the study room, leaving Eun-pa frozen at his friend's clumsiness. Eun-pa glanced slightly at his watch and reassured her that the building's security guard was definitely still on duty at this hour. Sara hurriedly ran off and told him to just go home first, but Eun-pa brushed it off and insisted on going with her. The two went back to the academy together. Sara breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the lights inside the building were still shining. The pink AirPods case with the familiar fish pastry keychain appeared, lying still on the desk as if waiting for its owner. Sara cheered with joy because she had found her item, while Eun-pa smiled slightly, then urged her to quickly leave. Eun-pa cheered with joy when the important item was finally found and urged Sara to quickly leave. Sara hesitantly replied that since she just started last week, she still wasn't really sure about everything. She excitedly talked about the teachers practicing with professors' portrait photos, making her eyes sparkle with amusement. Suddenly, Sara's expression completely changed. She stood stunned, as if just realizing something extremely unusual. The elevator's signal chime rang, but Sara panicked and shouted loudly, demanding it to stop, signaling an impending incident. Sara panicked upon realizing the elevator had suddenly stopped working and hastily screamed in absolute dismay. She widened her eyes at the blank display screen, anxiously wondering if the building was entering a maintenance phase. A strange sound suddenly rang out, making her jump. Sara screamed in terror and unconsciously pressed herself against Eun-pa, seeking protection. Looking tiny, she clung tightly to her friend's arm without letting go and frantically called for security, hoping to soon escape the awkward situation. Eun-pa let out a heavy sigh. He silently observed his surroundings, his deep purple eyes clearly showing helplessness at her clumsiness. He pointed toward the emergency exit sign and firmly declared that they both had to use the stairs to leave the building. While walking down the dimly lit steps, Eun-pa thoughtfully reminded Sara to pay attention to her path, so she wouldn't slip. Sara pouted defensively, muttering to herself that she had eyes too, and feeling annoyed that he always treated her like a naive child. At the bottom of the stairs, the security guard suddenly looked up with a highly suspicious face and loudly shouted to ask if anyone was there. The stern shout echoing through the quiet space left Sara so stunned that she was scared out of her wits. Eun-pa suddenly grabbed Sara's backpack strap and loudly demanded she stop immediately as the guard's shout echoed from behind. He turned his head to look back with an anxious face, seemingly trying to assess the situation to find a way to deal with the stranger's appearance. Suddenly, Sara's footsteps stumbled. She cried out in panic as her sandals slid down the slippery stairs. The unexpected slip made her completely lose her balance, her entire body tumbling downward in sheer terror. Sara widened her eyes at the empty space as she found herself free-falling, her hands flailing hopelessly to find a support. She let out a painful gasp upon hitting hard, her weak cry swallowed by the dark and suffocating space of the emergency exit. The newly found AirPods once again scattered across the cold floor along with the familiar pink case. Fortunately, Eun-pa managed to reach out in time and grab his best friend's wrist, breathing a sigh of relief for preventing a tragic accident. He squeezed Sara's hand tightly, then frustratingly scolded her for her carelessness, despite both of their hearts beating uncontrollably. Looking up at Eun-pa's stern face, Sara could only stammer a thank you while her cheeks quickly flushed pink with embarrassment. Eun-pa tightly gripped Sara's wrist in the dim space of the stairwell, the warmth from his hand making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating. The young man stood stunned, then slowly loosened his fingers in shock, as if silently scolding himself for such an uncontrolled action. Sara was stunned with her cheeks burning red as if on fire. Her messy hair and wavering eyes showed she was extremely flustered by this sudden closeness. Eun-pa wasn't doing any better as his face was dyed pink. He was stunned and about to speak up to clarify, but then choked back his words. On the other side of the hallway, the security guards silently looked up with a deeply suspicious face, making both hold their breath for fear of being caught red-handed. The old man muttered that this was really strange, squinting into the darkness of the stairwell to try to find any unusual signs. He continued to wonder because everyone was supposed to have gone home by this hour, oblivious to Eun-pa shockingly pinning Sara down in an ambiguous position. Amid the suffocating atmosphere, Eun-pa's face turned fiery red. He internally screamed, feeling the overly intimate contact. Sara couldn't keep her calm either. She bashfully looked deep into his dark purple eyes while her heart rate kept rising. Their two faces were so close they could clearly feel each other's warmth, wrapping up a destined, fluttering moment between the childhood friends. Eun-pa tightly gripped Sara's wrist in the dim space of the stairwell, the warmth from his hand making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating. He slightly flinched and then slowly loosened his fingers in bewilderment, as if he himself couldn't believe his own recent action. Sara was stunned with her cheeks burning red like fire. Her messy hair and wavering gaze showed she was deeply fluttered by this sudden intimacy. Eun-pa fared no better as his face was tinted a rosy red. His breathing became heavy because his long-hidden flutterings were gradually bursting out. On the other side of the corridor, the security guards silently approached with a highly suspicious face, making them both hold their breath in fear of getting caught. The smartwatch on Eun-pa's wrist continuously flashed a warning as his heart rate spiked to 146, betraying the extreme chaos in his heart. Meanwhile, her brother Sang-hyuk appeared fully charming with ultra-cool fashion as a contrast to the friends' awkward situation. The watch screen kept displaying the sky-high heart rate number, proving that the young man's emotions had truly crossed the limit of control. Eun-pa hurriedly raised his hand to sweep his hair to hide his fluster, trying hard to regain his usual composure under his best friend's naive gaze. Finally, both could only sit silently on the floor, leaving their unnamed thoughts to envelop the quiet space of the building at night. Sara looked up at Eun-pa and softly asked if it was time for them both to leave this gloomy emergency exit. He sprang up and caringly asked if she was hurt anywhere, making Sara mumble that thanks to her backpack cushioning the fall, everything was fine. Without a bit of hesitation, Eun-pa reached his large hands out forward, as if to offer support to help his friend stand up. At that warm gesture, Sara suddenly paused, her eyes glued to her soulmate's hand with an indescribable feeling. Eun-pa's gaze at this moment suddenly became gentle and full of protectiveness, making the atmosphere between them oddly suffocating. Deep down, Sara secretly wondered why a simple, everyday act of holding hands made her feel so embarrassed and awkward. Seeing his friend just sitting dazed, he pressed to ask if she was really okay to stand up, while exposing a bleeding scratch on his hand. Sara's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that wound was the price Eun-pa had to pay when trying to shield her head during the fall. Without much time to think, she hastily grabbed her friend's injured hand with pity and regret surging in her chest, making Eun-pa so stunned that his soul seemed to leave his body. His face turned bright red, never expecting her to show such sudden caring behavior. Sara bowed her head apologetically, her small trembling hands tightly holding Eun-pa's hand and earnestly apologizing for causing him trouble. She worriedly asked if that red swollen wound was completely caused by her, her eyes clearly showing unhidden distress. In response to that sincerity was a flushed face along with sweat drops of fluster from Eun-pa as he tried to avoid direct eye contact. Sara diligently kept rubbing the wound gently, fearing it would leave a scar on her friend's hand, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Unable to bear this closeness anymore, Eunpa suddenly pulled his hand back decisively, leaving Sara stunned and frozen. He coldly turned his face away and told her not to mind it anymore, but to quickly leave this building right away. Sara blankly stared at her soulmate's back, her mind suddenly turning empty at that abrupt attitude change. Behind his bangs, Eunpa hurriedly covered his mouth to restrain his racing heartbeat and emotions that were gradually crossing the control threshold. Amid the quiet street as night fell, a sincere truth suddenly became clear, as if wanting to expose all his hidden feelings. All her thoughts at this moment were directed toward Eunpa's scratched hand, secretly grateful for the silent protection he gave her. Sara strolled along with a deeply thoughtful face, telling herself she really didn't need to hold her friend's hand for that long. Seeing Eunpa pressing her with questions, she hurriedly denied it and internally screamed over her instinctively rubbing someone else's hand. To dispel the embarrassment, she raised her hand to tuck the messy strands of hair from her forehead in utter fluster, then nonchalantly gathered her hair back to the nape of her neck to reveal her delicate neck, hoping the night breeze would cool down the burning sensation on her face. Eunpa quietly observed his friend's expression and dropped a suggestion that if she felt hot, why didn't she quickly take it off? That somewhat sensitive suggestion left Sara stunned. She looked at him blankly with her eyes wide open in amazement. Facing that gaze, Eunpa maintained a calm demeanor as if he had just uttered something completely normal. However, just a few seconds later, his face suddenly turned as red as a fire when he realized the ambiguous meaning in his own sentence. Eunpa embarrassedly covered his face and loudly scolded, asking what on earth Sara was thinking, while she just burst into a hearty laugh. He stammered to explain that he only meant her cardigan jacket, making Sara laugh and tease her best friend's adorable overreaction. Sara chuckled smugly while Eunpa awkwardly turned his face away, trying to hide his burning cheeks because of the recent incident. The two strolled together under the streetlights, each carrying their own thoughts as they felt the atmosphere suddenly become strangely suffocating. Eunpa took the initiative to ask if she planned to drop by the study cafe and suggested she just go ahead to relieve stress. Sara waved goodbye and told him to get home safely, her inner mind screaming that this ambiguity had truly exceeded the allowed limit. Strolling alone on the sidewalk, she quietly took out her phone to scroll through social media as a habit to dispel the emptiness. Looking up at the starry night sky, her mind suddenly drifted to distant, dreamy prospects of youth. Sara stared intently at her phone screen, her eyes suddenly dropping moodily when she accidentally stumbled upon old status updates. It was a picture of a sweet one-year anniversary cake, a testament to someone's passionate love in the past. The deeper she scrolled, the more stunned she was to see a photo of Mr. Seowon wearing a stylish hoodie sitting next to an unfamiliar girl. Sara's eyes clearly showed bewilderment as she realized the hidden corners in the private life of the teacher she had admired for so long. It all started with the act of Sara unconsciously holding Eunpa's scratched hand and continuously rubbing it with care. She suddenly jolted, realizing her own abruptness, then hurriedly used her phone to hide her face that was gradually blushing pink with embarrassment. Strolling alone on the quiet street, Sara told herself maybe it was time she needed to find a sturdy shoulder to lean on. She dreamily hoped that person would be Mr. Seowon, oblivious to a car quietly tailing right next to her from behind. The car window slowly rolled down mysteriously, signaling an unexpected encounter about to happen amid the quiet night. Sara was just chuckling off her own fantasies as she turned toward the car door with an utterly stunned face upon hearing a familiar call. Seowon slightly tilted his head to look at his little student from inside the car, then called Sara's name in a deep voice, making her heart skip a beat once again. She stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the street with an amazed expression, silently wondering if this was truly reality or just a dream. A surge of confusion made Sara cover her face with both hands. She screamed internally because of her teacher's overly sudden appearance. Seowon sat elegantly behind the steering wheel. He curiously asked where she was planning to go at this late hour and whether she was on her way home. Sara exclaimed in shock, seeing Mr. Seowon suddenly appear, and curiously asked what he was doing in this area at this hour. Seowon slightly curled his lips into a gentle smile, then nonchalantly explained that he had just returned from visiting his parents' house. He directed his eyes toward the parked car by the road and proactively offered to take his little student back home. At the unexpected invitation, Sara froze in disbelief upon hearing him affirm he would personally escort her right to her door. She quickly used her phone to hide her face that was burning red like fire, internally screaming with happiness at receiving this privilege. Right after that, Sara was seated comfortably in the enclosed space of the car, the feeling of nervousness making her heart pound continuously. She sneakily glanced down at her outfit and silently thanked heavens that today she had coincidentally worn a pretty neat and proper set of clothes. Suddenly, she worriedly raised her hand to smooth her hair, questioning whether the smell of ramen from dinner still lingered, feeling herself suddenly becoming extremely self-conscious. While Seowon was focused on driving with a poised demeanor, Sara quietly admired the flawless side profile of her dream teacher. Gathering all her courage to break the silent atmosphere, she timidly spoke up, asking if this was truly his own car. Seowon slightly raised his eyebrows, asking if she was wondering about his driver's license or whether he actually owned the car, while Sara secretly thought weren't those two things the same. He flashed a bright smile and clarified that he didn't actually have his own car yet. This was actually just his father's vehicle. Sara let out a naive, "Oh," with an adorable round face, as if she had completely understood after her teacher's explanation. Seowon continued, sharing that he got his driver's license as soon as he reached age, then curiously asked if his little student had any plans for driving later on. Sara slightly gripped the seatbelt tightly and mumbled in reply that she hadn't even thought about it yet because she was still engrossed in other plans. The tutor advised her that she should do it as soon as she turned 20 because after that period of time, she wouldn't have much free time left. Seowon quietly shifted the gear lever to change speed, his veiny hands once again making Sara's mind endlessly flutter. A prolonged silence enveloped the tight space inside the car, as both quietly drowned in private, hard-to-explain trains of thought. The suffocating feeling made Sara start breaking out in cold sweat, her inner mind screaming that the atmosphere right now was truly way too awkward. She secretly glanced at Seowon and sadly wondered whether he still remembered that day's confession, or was just quietly considering her as a crazy schoolgirl. Seowon focused on driving while casually bringing up the question of whether Sara had just left the study cafe. Sara slightly shook her head, explaining she had just returned from the academy, making him secretly admire his students' diligence, even though it was late Saturday night. The girl suddenly felt unusually restless, her eyes closed tightly in awkwardness while having to sit next to her crush in a tight space. The burning heat made Sara continuously fan herself with her hand, silently complaining that the temperature inside the car seemed to be soaring with her heart rate. Unable to bear the suffocating feeling any longer, she decided to take off her outer cardigan jacket despite her mind still being full of fluster. Seowon sneakily observed every action of his little student, his face pensive, as if trying to suppress private thoughts. He reached his veiny hands out to touch the control panel to adjust the temperature, a small gesture, yet full of subtlety and care. The tutor looked straight into her eyes and caringly double-checked if she really felt hot wearing this modest outfit. Sara hurriedly mumbled a thank you with a blushing face, slightly tightening her shirt hem to conceal the flutter spreading throughout her body. Admiring her reflection in the car window, the girl secretly felt proud that right now she looked so mature and sensible, no different from a real adult. The sound of the car air conditioner running steadily further increased Sara's embarrassment, the girl closing her eyes tightly and silently wishing this atmosphere would end soon. Seowon glanced at his little student and caringly asked if the temperature was too low and offered to turn up a bit of warmth if she felt cold. Sara hurriedly affirmed everything was fine, then suddenly expressed a naive worry about polar bears losing their homes due to climate change. The random statement left Seowon stunned for a moment, asking back bewilderedly about the weird connection between the bears and the air conditioner right now. She seriously recounted a short video she had just watched and expressed concern that the bears would have to stand huddled on melting ice due to electricity waste. Sara secretly resolved to endure 10 more minutes of heat as if in a sauna just to protect the environment, making her face turn extremely resolute. Unable to hold it back any longer, Seowon burst into hearty laughter at his student's humane yet equally humorous reasoning. Seeing her teacher mock her kindness, Sara pouted sulkily with an intensely dissatisfied face and internally blamed him for being truly too heartless. The tutor laughed so hard his head dropped onto the steering wheel, continuously asking what on earth she was babbling about that was so far-fetched. After regaining his composure, Seowon slightly nodded, agreeing that saving homes for polar bears was indeed an extremely important and urgent mission. Seowon reached out to adjust the air conditioner vents, a clicking sound echoing in the quiet space as he decided to lower the temperature according to her wish. He slightly curled his lips into a triumphant smile, seeing his student's naive expression, while Sara could only silently observe her teacher's side profile. Seowon gave his brightest and most sincere smile yet. It seemed her babbling earlier had truly made him happy. Sara blankly wondered why she herself felt so proud and satisfied seeing him give her such a warm smile. She used to think she was just being wrapped around his finger, but this moment made all doubts suddenly vanish. Deep down, Sara made up her mind to make him laugh even more so she could take the opportunity to completely win over this man's heart. Even so, the sweltering heat started creeping in, making Sara wince slightly, as she secretly complained about the car temperature since the cooling system was restricted. To relieve the stuffiness, she took out a pink hair tie and reached behind her neck to gather up her long hair. While Seowon remained focused on driving with a poised demeanor, Sara was absorbed in fixing her hair, revealing her delicate and alluring shoulders. Just as she finished the youthful ponytail, Sara suddenly froze upon catching her teacher's gaze through the mirror, gasping internally as her heart started racing again. Seowon slightly tilted his head in wonder upon hearing his student continuously call his name in the car's quiet space. Sara enthusiastically showed off her newly tied ponytail and playfully asked how he felt about her look. In response to that excitement, Seowon silently observed with deep eyes, making the atmosphere suddenly become unusually serious. He looked into the rearview mirror and burst into laughter, nonchalantly denying ever saying he liked that hairstyle, leaving Sara feeling a bit disappointed. Not giving up, the girl brought up the memory of when he accidentally bumped into her friends and generously bought food to nourish the whole study group. Sara excitedly shared that her mother knew about it and earnestly instructed her to find an occasion to treat her tutor to a proper lunch to return the favor. Contrary to her expectations, Seowon decisively asked her to quickly forget that intention because he didn't want to accept return favors from a student. He slightly curled his lips, explaining that bringing food to class was purely out of personal preference and not for any special purpose. Her teacher's indifferent attitude made Sara puff her cheeks sulkily, feeling immensely aggrieved when her enthusiasm was bluntly rejected. She thought pensively and wondered if it was because he held the status of a moneyed adult that he always tried to draw clear boundaries with her. Sara pensively wondered if he didn't want to accept a meal from someone whose confession he had just rejected. She looked at the bank card in her hand and poutingly thought if so, she would just use it to eat out alone out of spite. Seeing his student looking sad, Seowon sneakily glanced over with a thoughtful face, as if preparing to make a decision to change the mood. He unexpectedly suggested they play rock, paper, scissors. If he won, she would officially get to fulfill her promise of treating him to a proper lunch. Sara cheered in excitement, her face brightening up as she boldly accepted the interesting challenge from her tutor. She confidently declared she was a master at this game and challenged him that he had picked the wrong opponent to go up against. Their hands started moving dynamically in the car's tight space, signaling a dramatic showdown. Both shouted the game chant in unison with tightly clenched fists, full of determination to win the privilege for themselves. The unexpected result was revealed as Seowon threw paper while Sara threw scissors, a thoroughly convincing victory for the clever schoolgirl. Sara was dazed in astonishment at her luck, her eyes sparkling with happiness at finally finding a legitimate reason to be by his side. Seowon slightly curled his lips triumphantly, secretly telling himself that he was actually about to enjoy a free meal from his little student, while Sara remained frozen with a naive face, seemingly still unable to believe the outcome of the rock-paper-scissors match just now. When the car stopped in front of her house gate, Sara politely bowed to thank him, then hesitantly reconfirmed the tutoring appointment for next week. She hurriedly rubbed her neck in embarrassment, asserting loudly that the lesson would definitely still take place as scheduled without any changes. Witnessing that mannerism, Seowon couldn't hold back a smile and silently praised the high school senior's positive, proactive attitude, making Sara puff her cheeks confidently as she boldly declared that since she was a senior, taking her studies seriously was an absolute necessity. Seowon suddenly narrowed his eyes at her and curiously asked why she let her hair down again despite complaining about the heat earlier. Facing the questioning, Sara mustered up all her courage to look straight at her teacher and confessed that she had tied her hair up actually because she wanted him to look. The abrupt confession left Seowon so shocked he was speechless, his eyes clearly showing fluster at his student's sincerity. He slightly curled his lips awkwardly and let out a bewildered question, secretly wondering how long this girl was going to keep surprising him. Seowon waved goodbye and told Sara to get inside safely before he started driving off. The girl strolled under the streetlights, her long black hair floating gently in the night breeze along with a satisfied smile. Her initially slow footsteps suddenly grew hurried as her mind was flooded with images of her teacher. Then Sara unexpectedly broke into a run with extreme excitement, as if joy was spreading through every cell of her body. She loudly declared that she had truly made up her mind and considered pursuing Seowon as a promising long-term plan. As soon as she got home, she ran frantically up to her room with hurried steps seeking a private space. Sara collapsed onto her bed with her face burning red from embarrassment, squirming endlessly to release the surging outburst of emotion. Quickly plugging in her phone charger, her hands trembled as she drafted a text message thanking her teacher for the unexpected and warm ride earlier. Restless beside her phone, Sara held her breath, watching every movement on the screen with intense expectation. As soon as the notification sound rang out along with his message telling her to wait while he checked a schedule, Sara burst into happiness at receiving a response. Seowon texted to say that tomorrow's schedule was a bit difficult, causing Sara to suddenly feel let down while busy dolling herself up. But right after that, she burst into joy when he proactively suggested a date on Tuesday evening after tutoring. Sara froze completely at her teacher's sweet compliment when he affirmed that she was still very pretty even without makeup. Overwhelmed by emotions, the teenage girl tumbled onto her bed, squirming endlessly to release this massive psychological shock. Lying dazed looking at her phone screen, Sara smiled softly in satisfaction, quietly marveling that everything was going so smoothly. On the day of the date, Sara was meticulously dolled up by her close friends, from foundation to hairstyle, to prepare for her private dinner. Despite her friends constantly teasing her about her incredible progress compared to her previous crying spell, she excitedly promised to update them on the situation. Standing at the meeting spot waiting anxiously, Sara nervously adjusted her hair, her eyes clearly showing anticipation for her crush's appearance. Suddenly Seowon's figure appeared along with an elegant wave, but right behind him was the presence of her brother Sang-hyuk. Seeing Seowon smile and invite her inside, Sara could only stand rooted to the spot, internally screaming why her annoying brother had to show up now. The three sat together at the table, but Sara felt left out amid the conversation between her tutor and her ill-timed brother. The girl broke into a cold sweat out of nervousness, secretly blaming Seowon for ruining the romantic atmosphere she had worked so hard to prepare. Sara questioned herself whether she should directly ask why he brought Sang-hyuk along, or just stay quiet and pretend nothing happened. Despair enveloped her mind as the young girl cried silently, realizing her chance to be alone with her crush had once again slipped away. While her mind was floating away, a plate of food was served, pulling Sara back to the harsh reality. She stared blankly at her phone with a dazed face, inwardly mocking herself for having merely deluded herself all this time about a special place in her teacher's heart. Seowon calmly poured water, while Sang-hyuk excitedly laughed about someone's stubbornness, making the dinner table surprisingly lively. He slightly curled his lips and handed her the glass of water with a meaningful gaze, making Sara's heart suddenly race out of control. Sara mumbled a thank you and hurriedly looked down to hide the fluster spreading across her cheeks that were burning red like fire. Watching Seowon intently enjoy his meal, she secretly realized the path into his world was still full of tough challenges ahead. Seowon gently nudged Sang-hyuk's elbow as if to signal his best friend to quickly stay quiet to avoid making the little student more flustered. Making Sang-hyuk look over in bewilderment with a highly suspicious face, secretly wondering what he had just done wrong to make the other person remind him. Amid the dining table space, Seowon softly called Sara's name in a warm, deep voice, his eyes cast down full of concern upon noticing something wrong on her face. Sara looked up bewilderedly with a half-eaten piece of food, completely unaware that she had accidentally left an unsightly stain right on her pretty face. Witnessing that sight, Sang-hyuk immediately frowned and loudly scolded his little sister to quickly stop eating as messily as a little piglet. Ignoring Sarah's protest, her brother still nonchalantly offered a tissue and sarcastically remarked that she had actually turned his teasing into reality. Sara embarrassedly took the tissue to wipe the stain, endlessly cursing her heartless brother in her heart for making her completely lose face in front of her tutor. The student sneakily glanced at Seowon with a face full of guilt, secretly praying that he wouldn't change his long-standing good impression of her because of this minor incident. Seowon still maintained an unusually calm face, his eyes holding an unpredictable depth that made the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become extremely suffocating. He slightly turned away to avoid her direct gaze, leaving behind a silence full of restlessness about invisible emotions gradually creeping deep into his mind. Sara spaced out for a moment, then asked herself whether she was being too sensitive to the subtly caring gestures from that teacher. Regardless of the rock-paper-scissors result, Seowon nonchalantly handed out his bank card to pay, leaving her standing there in utter amazement. Sara frantically chased after him and loudly reminded him that she was the one obligated to pay for this lunch according to the game's rules. But everything was already settled when the staff announced the transaction was successful. Seowon quietly took his card back and gave them a brief thank you. He slightly turned his head to look at his little student, then smiled and told her to just owe him, wait until she officially passed the university entrance exam to treat him later, and it wouldn't be too late. Sara stood stunned, rooted to the spot with a dazed look, her heart tightening at the tolerance, yet full of distance that he had just drawn. Seeing his sister just standing there spacing out, Sang-hyuk immediately spoke up to urge her, asking how much longer she planned to stand there without leaving. Immediately Sara clung to her brother's arm and whined his name affectionately, trying to find a support to dispel her heavy feelings. She leaned close to Sang-hyuk's ear and whispered a question about his reason for being here, suspecting whether the two had accidentally run into each other again like last time. Meanwhile, Seowon quietly walked ahead and picked up his phone to make a call, completely separating himself from the siblings' noisiness. Seowon quietly listened to his phone while Sang-hyuk revealed a harsh truth that it was the teacher himself who proactively invited him to join this evening. Her brother nonchalantly explained that Seowon felt it would be very awkward to eat alone with a student, so he earnestly asked him to come along to bail him out. Those words felt like a bucket of cold water poured on Sara. She sneakily looked at the cold side profile of her teacher, who was engrossed in his private conversation. The girl trudged behind with sad eyes, silently and bitterly realizing that all her efforts to close the gap were cleverly pushed away by him. Looking at Seowon's back as he leisurely walked along the empty street, Sara felt an empty loneliness gradually invading her teenage soul. She suddenly stopped to observe her teacher from behind, her eyes clearly showing helplessness in the face of the invisible yet cruel boundary he had already drawn. Suddenly, Seowon turned his head back with a polite smile and apologized for keeping the siblings waiting for him on the phone for too long. Facing that indifferent attitude, Sara clenched her fists to suppress the choked-up frustration and disappointment fiercely surging in her chest. Unable to hold it back any longer, she took all her anger out on Sang-hyuk's back with continuous punches, internally screaming that this half-hearted closeness was driving her crazy. Sang-hyuk stared stunned at his little sister exploding in rage, his face clearly showing bewilderment as he completely didn't understand what mistake he had just made. Sang-hyuk revealed that Seowon was actually the one who proactively invited him along because he feared the private atmosphere between teacher and student would become awkward. Frustrated by her brother's heartlessness, Sara waved goodbye and loudly urged him to quickly get lost out of her sight. With only the two of them left strolling under the sunset, Sara felt an invisible distance gradually sparking between herself and her teacher. Seowon gently spoke up, suggesting both should quickly head home as it was getting late, making Sara's mind suddenly fall into panic. Her inner mind screamed in despair because all her efforts to set up the date all this time suddenly risked vanishing into thin air instantly. Unwilling to let him leave, Sara boldly invited him to get ice cream, making Seowon ask back in surprise with a face full of astonishment. Her small hands unexpectedly grabbed tightly onto Seowon's shirt hem like an instinctive act of clinging to keep him around a bit longer. The tutor quietly looked down at the hands gripping his shirt tightly, seemingly extremely surprised by his student's boldness. Sara mustered up all her courage to plead that she owed him a meal anyway, so let her at least treat him to this ice cream to fulfill her gratitude. Facing the little girl's sparkling eyes full of pleading, Seowon silently observed with a pensive, thoughtful face. Seowon let out a heavy sigh, his eyes cast down to avoid her gaze while a drop of nervous sweat gently rolled down his cheek. He scratched his head in resignation and confessed that if she kept acting this adorably, he truly couldn't utter a word of refusal. At the unexpected answer, Sara was stunned with wide-open eyes, her heart suddenly pounding as joy was creeping in. Seowon lightly touched his neck to soothe his fluster, then sternly warned her to absolutely never do that action again next time. Sara playfully tucked her hair behind her ear and cheered excitedly, internally gasping upon realizing her pursuit efforts had finally shown some progress. The girl excitedly pestered him for ice cream cones, making Seowon smile and proactively invite her to drop by the newly opened McDonald's nearby. Standing at the counter, Sara regretfully whined about chocolate ice cream being removed from the menu, while her small hands hurriedly held out her card to pay. Seowon politely thanked his little student, making Sara blush brightly and secretly feel incredibly proud of her adult-like action. Looking at Seowon's back walking ahead, Sara's mind once again drifted into vague, dreamy thoughts. As for Seowon, he chuckled softly and secretly remarked that the little girl's chubby cheeks while eating truly possessed an incredibly adorable charm. Seowon suddenly fell into a pensive state, his eyes gleaming with an unpredictable thought as he quietly observed the space around the store. The bustling laughter of other customers echoed behind the frosted glass, creating a contrast with the quietness of the teacher and student. Sara slightly adjusted her backpack strap, secretly feeling an unexpected closeness standing right next to Seowon while waiting to order. The tutor started breaking out in a cold sweat, developing a vague unease in his heart about showing up here with his little student. Seowon reached up and ruffled his messy hair in distress, secretly blaming himself for falling into the current awkward situation. Standing in front of the self-ordering kiosk, he secretly complained that he looked like a sinner trying to hide something right now. The dry sound of the receipt printer echoed, signaling the transaction was complete as the white paper slowly slid out of the payment terminal slot. The blonde female staff member quietly took the receipt, her eyes narrowing in suspicion as she started observing the customer in front of her. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Seowon and Sara standing next to each other, seemingly realizing something highly unusual. Her eyes widened in shock as she secretly questioned whether the two of them were actually secretly dating each other. Sara looked down in shock at the unsightly stain that had just spilled right in the middle of her pristine white shirt. The girl panicked and cried out in despair, internally blaming herself for always letting ironic mishaps happen at the most crucial times. Right then, Seowon's hand quietly offered a tissue forward like a timely savior bailing out his student. Sara timidly took the item with rosy red cheeks, whispering a soft thank you while her mind was still spinning with embarrassment. Seowon burst into hearty laughter and joked that he only just found out his student had such a masterful talent for dropping food. The teasing remark made Sara flush deeply. She could only bow her head acknowledging the harsh truth and secretly wish the ground would crack open to swallow her up right away. After settling into their seats, both silently enjoyed their ice cream, but the atmosphere between them seemed to be gradually becoming awkward and distant. Sara looked at the lonely backpack lying between them and asked herself if her teacher was intentionally keeping his distance from her ever since stepping into the shop. She sneakily glanced toward the empty row of seats next to them, her heart heavy with vague speculations about his sudden change in attitude. As Sara quietly sat down, the hem of her short skirt slightly swayed with the movement, and she secretly sighed because the distance between them right now truly felt too immense. Seowon handed Sara the cool ice cream cone, which she eagerly took with a radiant smile and a sincere thank you. Thinking there would be a romantic moment, Sara was shocked to see her teacher quietly choosing a seat far away from her. Looking at his nonchalant demeanor, she could only sit still resentfully, screaming internally that the seat next to him was supposed to be for her. Sara narrowed her eyes to observe, then grew suspicious seeing Seowon seemingly engrossed in texting her brother the whole time. The conversation content clearly showed him reporting their dining situation and promising to take her home early, making Sang-hyuk simply brush it off with a whatever. Seowon quietly put his phone in his pocket, his eyes gleaming with thought as he suddenly turned to look straight at his little student. He softly spoke up, reminding her it was getting late, and offered to escort her home, making Sara so stunned she almost dropped her ice cream cone. Striding out of the shop, Sara curiously asked if he drove and received a wry smile along with the affirmation that he was just a pedestrian today. Two pairs of feet stepped rhythmically on the sidewalk, creating a steady melody amidst the quiet space of the night street. Seowon quietly walked ahead with a calm face, leaving Sara immersed in her wandering thoughts about this relationship. Sara sneakily looked at Seowon, inwardly wanting to say she really liked the feeling of strolling with him, but then reminded herself to hold back so as not to make him feel pressure. The girl tried hard to break the ice by telling gossips about her friends, trying to act as natural as possible under the dim streetlights. Seowon slightly tilted his head to remind her to try her best for the upcoming interview exam, his eyes gleaming with gentleness that made Sara's heart flutter once again. Suddenly, the two walked past a couple casually showing excessive affection in public, making Sara inevitably feel embarrassed and speak up to complain. Witnessing that eyesore scene, Seowon's face suddenly darkened, clearly revealing discomfort along with a drop of sweat full of fluster. He quietly turned his face away to avoid the embarrassment, the atmosphere between the two suddenly freezing in a highly ironic way. To break the suffocating silence, Seowon curiously asked if this was her familiar way home and received an explanation that the old path was fenced off for construction. He nodded and warned her to be careful and go home earlier from now on, making Sara secretly complain that this highly responsible reminder only made the walk even more awkward. Looking toward the high-rise apartments and the brightly lit convenience stores in the distance, each person carried their own private thoughts hard to express in words. Seowon suddenly stopped with a face full of astonishment, as if he had just discovered something incredibly unexpected happening right before his eyes. Amid the quiet night, Eunpa hurriedly jogged past Sara while she was still engrossed in her own sadness. The young man suddenly closed his eyes full of restlessness, drops of sweat gently rolling down his cheek as if trying to suppress an intense emotion. Eunpa's footsteps suddenly halted. He called Sara's name in a deep voice, making the surrounding atmosphere seem to suddenly freeze. While adjusting his collar, he nonchalantly announced he needed to drop by the convenience store and urged her to quickly head home first. Sara was stunned by the abrupt suggestion. She could only mumble a reply in bewilderment and extreme disappointment. The girl forced a smile, waving goodbye, but deep down secretly resented why he had the heart to abandon her just because of an awkward feeling. Looking at Sara's back, Eunpa's eyes clearly showed a pensive look along with a melancholy feeling hard to express in words. Sara sneakily looked around and then asked herself whether the liveliness of this drinking district made him want to draw a clear line. She was shocked recalling the times he used to caringly take her home, only to painfully ask herself why everything had changed so rapidly. Suppressing a sigh, Sara agonizingly realized that just as she was about to open her heart, it was also the time that man began pushing her away. Sara felt frustrated, realizing she was overly sensitive and easily hurt by every accidental gesture from her tutor. As for Seowon, he stole a thoughtful glance at his student, secretly questioning if his recent excuse had been too obvious. He raised his hand to ruffle his hair in frustration, quietly resolving that he must never cross the current boundary. Sara forced a strained smile to hide her sadness, even as her mind was swamped with overwhelming disappointment. Seowon maintained a stern expression with deep eyes, appearing to harbor deeply complex thoughts within himself. She dazedly reassured herself that they weren't even that close to begin with, yet the sharp pain in her chest was a harsh reality. Sara stared off into the distance with melancholic eyes, finding it laughable that while she intended to keep her distance, he was the one who did it first. Suddenly, Seowon's loud shout ripped through the night air as he frantically ran after the small figure trudging ahead. Sara turned around in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment as she saw her tutor suddenly appearing right behind her. Seowon slumped his head, panting heavily, and complained that his little student had suddenly started walking far too fast lately. Sara shyly explained that she usually had a habit of walking very fast whenever she felt anxious, making Seowon unable to hold back a hearty laugh. She suddenly remembered and loudly questioned whether he hadn't just said earlier that he was planning to stop by the convenience store. Seowon slightly narrowed his eyes and reminded her in a deep voice that the streets at night were dangerous, even if it was right next to her home. That warm reminder left Sara frozen in shock, her cheeks instantly flushing, a blush of deep bashfulness. He awkwardly scratched his head, confessing he felt it wouldn't be very gentlemanly to just leave her to walk home all by herself. Sarah's eyes fluttered at the sudden sincerity, and the young girl's heart began to race, once more at his overwhelmingly sweet demeanor. As they walked together under the streetlights, Sara playfully brought up the bad habits he had discovered about her today with a satisfied smile. Returning to her bedroom, the cluttered cosmetics on her desk seemed to quietly watch over the sweet lingering aftertaste of the evening. She excitedly grabbed her phone, quietly resolving to immediately inform Ha-min about the rapid progress in their relationship. But immediately, Sara fell into a state of confusion upon receiving a text message questioning whether this was truly progress. Ha-min realistically analyzed over the phone, asserting that Seowon was merely trying to re-establish the teacher-student boundary after recent events. That blunt assessment stunned Sara, making her shocked to realize she might be overly delusional about her position. Returning to her skincare routine, she pensively admitted that today her tutor had indeed kept a certain distance. In Sara's mind, the image of Seowon quietly walking beside her suddenly re-emerged wistfully amid the somber shades of memory. She smiled bitterly, recalling how he had always been tolerant and indulged all her childish stubbornness right up until the end. Standing in front of the mirror with sheet masks stuck all over her face, Sara went quiet, wondering what she truly meant to that man's heart. Gently applying moisturizer with her hands, she pondered the complex emotions far beyond ordinary love or hate that were clouding her mind. Sara painstakingly took care of her body, desperately wishing he was also constantly thinking of her just as she was doing for him. She looked up at the ceiling anxiously, realizing she was always obsessed with presenting her absolute best appearance in front of him. Looking at Seowon's figure in her subconscious, Sara secretly admitted her desire to cross the forbidden line just once to reach those distant fantasies. Sara Moon sat dazedly on her bed, telling herself that even if she was younger, her body was already mature. Could her tutor really remain completely unmoved? Meanwhile, a firm step gently touched the cold floor, signaling the start of preparation on the opposite side. Seowon quietly sat down at his desk, beginning to focus intensely on reviewing the full content for the upcoming tutoring session. He flipped through each page of the lesson plan, silently noting that this material would surely pose quite a challenge for his little student. As for Sara, she excitedly looked at her homework neatly completed and arranged on her desk. She even diligently previewed all the new materials in hopes of surprising him with her rapid progress. Standing in the middle of the spotlessly clean room, Sara smugly thought the floor was so slippery right now that anyone slipping would surely get injured. Just as her preparations to welcome him were complete, the sudden ring of the doorbell sent her into an instant panic and confusion. Seowon appeared elegantly at the door, calmly responding to his student's warm welcome with a composed demeanor. He slightly furrowed his brow and curiously asked if there was a festival or special event today for the streets to be so unusually crowded. Sara calmly explained to her bewildered tutor that today was the day of the Uedo Fireworks Festival. Seowon gasped in total surprise, making her secretly think he must have been someone who reserved a mat by the Han River early on. He gave a forced, faint smile and insisted he was far too busy preparing her lesson plan to bother thinking about a festival. That responsible confession left Sara dazed, making her secretly admire him as a truly dedicated tutor. Standing before Seowon's dignified presence, the young student's heart suddenly skipped a beat from an indescribable flutter. Seowon quietly observed the study room in profile, appearing to discover a very interesting detail. He narrowed his eyes at the messy pile of belongings, his deep eyes showing clear suspicion at his student's half-baked neatness. Seowon hesitated, internally debating whether to expose the truth or just pretend not to notice to save her face. In the end, he burst out laughing and playfully pressed Sara on whether she truly had never folded her own clothes by herself. Sara froze completely at the abrupt question, staring blankly at her tutor, with wide eyes full of shock and astonishment. Seowon looked in shock at the freshly folded pile of clothes, which included a delicate item sitting prominently right before his eyes. Sara panicked intensely, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment as her private secret was suddenly exposed in such an awkward way. She frantically grabbed the clothes to hide them away, secretly blaming her mother for carelessly leaving them there at such a critical moment. Seowon secretly watched every tiny expression of his little student, his eyes sparkling with mischievous teasing. He smirked slightly and teased that she really was still just a child for letting her parents handle all her laundry. Sara could only crouch down and cover her face to hide her embarrassment, while Seowon nonchalantly suggested they quickly begin the lesson. The desk area suddenly fell silent amidst the pile of books and papers, where dry knowledge was waiting to be unlocked. Trying to regain her composure, Sara gently looked up at her tutor and hesitantly called his name, as if to start a very serious conversation. Seowon tilted his head slightly with a gentle smile, appearing quite ready to hear out his student's innermost thoughts. She mustered all her courage to ask whether dating a college student was truly a common thing in today's society. Seowon asked back in shock with a skeptical face, wondering if at her age, she was already bothering herself with dating. In the quiet space, Sara began telling him about her best friend dating a teaching assistant at the academy she attended. Seowon narrowed his eyes, observing his little student, and asked curiously how old that teaching assistant actually was. She put her hand to her lips thoughtfully and mumbled that from what she knew, he was probably just turned 21. The tutor silently rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully, inwardly questioning whether the guy had completed his military service yet. Learning that the friend was willing to wait for her boyfriend during his military service, Seowon burst into a hearty laugh, calling it a completely unrealistic action. Sara excitedly continued bragging that the guy always generously paid for every date and possessed the demeanor of a true man. Facing his student's admiration, Seowon gave a sarcastic smirk, asserting that adults acting maturely was simply expected. She covered her mouth laughing loudly and teased that his grumbling tone made him look just like a cranky old man. Seowon suddenly felt awkward, frowning slightly as he hastily clarified that those were simply basic social norms. Seowon advised her to tell her friend to break up soon because once she entered college, there would be countless better options. Sara sighed, admitting she had said the same thing, but her friend stubbornly insisted that her boyfriend was truly wonderful. Faced with that defense, Seowon kept a stern expression and coldly declared that a good man would naturally never date a high school girl. That sharp declaration hit Sara like a bucket of cold water, leaving her stunned, her eyes filled with utter shock. She looked up anxiously, privately questioning whether his sermon was subtly implying the boundary between the two of them. Facing her tutor's attractive, quiet profile, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned suffocatingly quiet. Suddenly, Sara felt her heart pounding rapidly, an intense stir rising as she noticed his unusual strictness. She narrowed her eyes, observing him and gasping inwardly that her tutor seemed exceptionally sensitive and sharp today. Remembering her conversation with friends in class, Sara feared he might think she was intentionally using someone else's story to test his feelings. To escape the awkward situation, she quickly touched her tablet screen and resolved to immediately find a way to change the topic. Sara excitedly struck up a conversation by asking Seowon if he had heard about the famous idol and actor couple dating. She opened her eyes wide in shock while discussing the massive age gap between those two famous stars. But in response to her excitement was Seowon's firm expression as he suddenly called his little student's name in a deep, serious voice. He firmly demanded Sara put aside nonsense romantic matters immediately to focus entirely on her studies. The cold warning left Sara frozen, her eyes showing clear astonishment at her tutor's rapid shift in attitude. She could only mumble a response and drop her head onto the desk in resignation against the suffocating air enveloping the room. Seowon quietly observed and asked with curiosity what on earth her group of friends was doing indulging in dating instead of worrying about their future. Sara rested her chin on her hand looking into the distance, honestly confessing that witnessing happy couples had made her heart also begin longing for love. She frantically covered her face, realizing she had slipped up and exposed her secret feelings, screaming internally over how foolish she could be. Seowon silently looked deep into his student's eyes, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as if evaluating the seriousness of her recent confession. Seowon slightly adjusted his posture and nonchalantly stated that Sara was fully entitled to freely seek love for herself. But immediately after, his voice turned strict as he told her never to choose someone like that teaching assistant for a boyfriend. Sara was stunned with wide eyes, asking back in confusion because she couldn't understand the deep implication behind that sudden warning. Amidst her cluttered thoughts, brilliant bursts of fireworks suddenly bloomed across the night sky, as if trying to break through the suffocating air. Sarah's hands involuntarily clenched, and she mustered all her courage to ask what kind of man he was actually referring to. The echoing booms and sparkling lights continued to cover the space, where nameless emotions were gradually being laid bare. Seowon coldly affirmed that those were guys who specifically targeted high school girls just to act like they were mature and sophisticated. He suddenly flashed a meaningful smile and teased that with her naive personality, Sara would definitely fall easily into the trap of such people. Sara froze with sad eyes, her heart aching as she wondered if her tutor was intentionally using a defensive attitude to push her away. Watching the bustling crowd under the brilliant fireworks display, she silently felt a hollow loneliness gradually taking over her young heart. Sara dazedly immersed herself in a chaotic mess of thoughts, her heart heavy before the invisible boundaries her tutor had just drawn. She bit her lips slightly, struggling to suppress her trembling in preparation to blurt out the deepest hidden feelings surging in her chest. Sara summoned all her courage to look up at Seowon, pleadingly pressing him on what exactly she had to do if she truly wanted to start a relationship with him. The abrupt confession left Seowon so shocked his soul seemingly left his body, his eyes clearly showing agitation at his student's resolve. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, she secretly realized that Seowon was also extremely flustered and mindful of her presence, more than ever before. Seowon softly called Sara's name in a low voice, seemingly fighting a fierce mental battle to find a perfect answer for both of them. Outside the window, the boisterous cheers of the crowd at the giant fireworks display seemed to further highlight the tense silence inside. He quietly observed her at a suffocatingly close distance, his lips pressed tightly together, full of agonizing thoughts about responsibility and personal feelings. Under the dazzling, sparkling fireworks, Sara tearfully begged her tutor to immediately stop pushing her away and give them both a real chance. Watching Seowon stand silently amidst the night sky, Sara secretly wondered whether this would be a step back leading to an end or a shocking turning point for this relationship. Seowon was stunned by the abrupt confession, his lips slightly parting in a suffocatingly silent moment. But then, without a single word in reply, the tutor quietly returned to the lesson as if wanting to use coldness to escape reality. Sara silently followed each pen stroke on the paper, secretly reminiscing about the time they had always stuck together like glue in the small room. She remembered Seowon's tolerant smile whenever he listened to her babbling and how he was always willing to indulge her without a moment's hesitation. Memories of occasionally being utterly pampered by her tutor suddenly rushed back, causing indescribable emotions to surge within Sara's heart once again. Only for the young girl to truly dream, in just a brief split second, that this encounter would bring a different turning point. The clock struck 10:50, and Seowon gently reminded his student to make sure to ask immediately if there was anything she didn't fully understand. He stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder, advising her to do her best because the college entrance exam was officially only 2 weeks away. Watching his dignified back gradually fade away along with his words of trusting encouragement, Sara felt an invisible distance surrounding her. She slumped her head onto the desk, exhausted and disappointed, secretly regretting that she had thought her long-time efforts to bridge the gap had finally made some progress. Sara slumped her head onto the desk in exhaustion, telling herself she couldn't just keep wallowing endlessly in this romantic sorrow. She looked at the November calendar with its bright red stars, signaling that the fateful college entrance exam day was truly drawing near. Sara resolved to definitively cast aside all her troubles to focus entirely on her books, because this was the final chance to change her destiny. The autumn hues dyeing the entire school golden also marked the time when early admission results began to be announced amidst the suspense and anxiety of many seniors. In the middle of an empty, deserted classroom, Sara walked dejectedly with a pink blanket wrapped tightly around her to ward off the emptiness. She shivered from the early winter cold, secretly fearing that the actual morning of the exam would be even harsher and more terrifying than the tundra. Suddenly, Sara looked at her phone screen, secretly wondering why she hadn't received any news from Eunpa all this time. She recalled her close friend's serious demeanor when he asserted that he would never brag if he was the only one who got accepted. Even though Eunpa had always smiled confidently and promised that both of them would get into their dream school together, the harsh reality right now only left Sara crying her eyes out. Wiping away her tears, she diligently buried her head in piles of review materials until even the image of her tutor gradually faded from her mind. Sara studied tirelessly, pouring all her focus into her books with the sole goal of getting into the prestigious Hankook University. While engrossed in writing, her hands suddenly paused as a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Sara dazedly asked herself if the real reason she had longed for that school from the very beginning was actually just because of one person. The image of Seowon dedicatedly teaching her in the quiet space suddenly flashed back as a massive source of motivation. After spending countless days and nights buried in materials to the point of exhaustion, Sara quietly prepared to face the deciding challenge. And then the final day before the college entrance exam arrived. Amidst her tense mood, a notification chime suddenly rang out. Sara's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as she held her breath, staring at her phone screen with an indescribable suspense. It was a message from Mr. Kim telling her to give her absolute all for everything she had worked so hard for, making her heart suddenly pound wildly. Sara clutched her throbbing chest, secretly wondering why just seeing his profile picture was enough to make her heart flutter so much. Joy burst forth when she realized that the tutor had also thoughtfully gifted her a custom-engraved lip balm as a personalized good luck charm. Sara was stunned seeing Mr. Kim follow up by gifting her a heart-shaped box of chocolates along with a note telling her to eat it tomorrow to recharge her energy. Leaving the young girl in a daze, glued to her phone, her cheeks flushed pink as she hadn't expected her tutor to show such overwhelming gestures of care. A long message from Seowon popped up, advising her not to stress too much about cramming knowledge, but rather to prioritize resting to keep a clear mind. He also caringly told her not to panic if she encountered unexpected situations, affirming that he always believed she would achieve a perfect result. Sara's eyes brimmed with moved tears reading those heartfelt words, feeling as if all her exhaustion from the past, vanished instantly. She flopped onto her bed and thrashed around in endless excitement, silently asking herself how he could possibly be this wonderful and sweet. Staring at the screen in flustered confusion, Sara began agonizing over how to craft a truly tactful reply to the other person's overwhelming kindness. Her small hands began gliding quickly over the keyboard to draft a thank you text, struggling to suppress her uncontrollably racing heartbeat. Finally, the fateful morning of the college entrance exam arrived amidst a numbingly cold atmosphere blanketing every street. Walking amidst the winter wind in a warm scarf, Sara still felt hazy, realizing that the greatest challenge of her life had truly been. Sara Moon trudged through the exam school gates with a psychological burden weighing heavily on her small shoulders amidst the winter weather. Meanwhile, in another location, Seowon's legs were shaking uncontrollably due to an invisible uneasiness surrounding him. The guy, clad in a blue hoodie, sat dazedly in the middle of a classroom, his mind completely consumed by thoughts of his young student. Seowon kept his eyes glued to his phone, mentally calculating the time and anxiously wondering whether Sara was doing well on the English section right now. He recalled the mistakes she usually made and panicked upon realizing that the remaining exam time was now a mere 5 short minutes. In his impatience, Seowon silently screamed, urging her to quickly finish the answer sheet, despite being reprimanded by the person next to him for shaking his leg excessively. Suddenly, an unfamiliar notification popped up on the screen, causing Seowon to freeze with a look full of doubt mixed with astonishment. His eyes widened to the fullest, pupils contracting at a shocking truth just revealed right before his eyes. Without time to think further, Seowon abruptly sprang from his chair with extreme urgency, as if facing a dire emergency. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand, his face showing extreme anxiety upon realizing an unwanted incident was happening to Sara. In the exam room, the male student at the front desk suddenly paused upon hearing bizarrely loud murmurs from behind. The proctor, with a face dotted in sweat, also clearly showed shock, seemingly not understanding what the hell was going on. Seowon sat in the hallway looking completely anxious, his eyes widening as he noticed a sudden notification that had just popped up. The guy stared deadpan at the phone screen while the two female students standing next to him were also too stunned to speak. So disappointed that he dropped his head onto the desk, Seowon silently asked himself how to face this ironic predicament. It turned out Sara had sent a playful scheduled text message to tease her tutor right when he was going crazy with worry over her. Seowon frantically tore at his hair in exasperation, silently cursing this Sara Moon girl for truly giving his heart quite a scare. Finally, the grueling college entrance exam officially concluded, and Sara strolled along with a warm scarf covering half her face. Sitting on the bus with a lifeless expression after finishing grading herself, she dazedly wondered what on earth she should do next. Sara quietly took out her phone to gaze at it, telling herself that the most important thing right now was to send a sincere thank you to Mr. Kim. Sara Moon quietly held her phone, her hands trembling slightly as she began composing a heartfelt message to her tutor. Her eyes suddenly lowered, full of emotion behind the scarf, silently telling herself that she had truly grown up after this exam. The image of Seowon smiling suddenly flashed in her mind, accompanied by the anxiety that the two of them now had no reason to meet again. While deep in thought, a dinner invitation from Seowon unexpectedly popped up on the screen, shocking Sara so much she couldn't believe her eyes. Her face instantly turned as red as fire, her heart racing at the other person's unexpectedly sweet initiative. Unable to contain her excitement, Sara wildly thrashed about and screamed happily right there on her bus seat, to the astonishment of everyone around. She clenched her hands tightly and boldly declared that this meeting absolutely had to be a real date for the two of them. Returning home, the quiet kitchen space welcomed the young girl who was deeply immersed in distant fantasies of a bright future. While diligently painting her pretty nails, Sara excitedly discussed her plan to find a part-time job to become independent. She quietly told herself that working part-time was absolutely necessary, so she could have extra funds to buy gorgeous outfits for the date. Sara received a job opening at a fast food restaurant and quickly decided to apply to carry out her independence plan. Joy burst forth when she was officially hired, confidently donning the staff uniform with a radiant smile on her lips. The elderly manager seemed extremely impressed, offering words of praise for the ambitious spirit of the young girl who had just finished her exams. Even so, Sara still couldn't hide her utmost fluster and anxiety on her first day stepping into a real working environment. Just then, a blonde guy with flawlessly handsome looks quietly appeared, his eyes clearly showing curiosity about his new coworker. The guy smirked slightly as he observed, silently determining that Sara looked just like a schoolgirl still retaining traces of naivety. Looking at her petite figure and bow-tied hair in the back, a familiar feeling suddenly crept into his mind. He narrowed his eyes in deep thought, struggling to search his memory to figure out where exactly he had come across this figure before. The boss hurriedly instructed Sara to rest assured and learn from the veteran coworker because he had to go support another branch immediately. The blonde guy approached with a deeply profound gaze, signaling a start full of exciting surprises at the part-time job. Sara secretly observed her coworker, silently wondering whether he was the same age and had just been through the college entrance exam like her. The blonde guy took the initiative to ask about her ability to use the cash register, making the girl quickly reply that she had been instructed by the manager beforehand. He nodded slightly and explained that his main job was in the kitchen area, while considerately telling Sara to feel free to ask questions if she ran into trouble. Seeing the trainee had grasped the store layout, the guy immediately offered to directly teach her how to wrap burgers and urged her to go get the wrapping paper right away. Sara quietly walked off to carry out the task, revealing a petite back and neatly bunned hair in her neat staff uniform. The blonde guy quietly watched Sara's every move, his eyes clearly showing deep thought as if trying to appraise the appearance of the newly arrived girl. She tilted her head slightly in focused observation, her bright brown eyes exuding seriousness and an eagerness to learn on her very first day of actual work. When handing the wrapping paper to Sara, the guy suddenly froze and internally praised that this coworker truly possessed a very beautiful appearance. He continued keeping his eyes glued to her delicate face, his heart fluttering slightly as he realized she was exactly the ideal type he had been searching for all this time. The guy moved in close to meticulously guide her on the wrapping technique, prompting Sara to excitedly send her sincere thanks for her senior's dedication. The blonde boy suddenly pressed Sara about her age, making the working atmosphere suddenly more intimate. Sara hesitantly replied that she was 19 and curiously asked back, secretly thinking Rowan must be around the same age as her. She stood frozen in shock when Rowan revealed he was only 18, meaning he was actually a whole year younger than her. Sara squinted at her younger colleague warily, silently marveling at how high school students these days look so incredibly mature. The two began excitedly chatting about school, and Rowan revealed he was a student at Gumian High, right next door to her school. He casually brought up a conversation to check if Sara knew the notorious senior Kim Tae-suk from her school. Sara laughed out loud, recalling that guy's shocking motorcycle theft incident, making Rowan nod in acknowledgement of the senior's rebellion. Taking advantage of the lack of customers, the young duo chatted happily together, creating a very comfortable and close working environment. Rowan quietly observed his beautiful colleague with a deep gaze, as if he were harboring some private intention. The blonde boy suddenly flashed a captivating smile and playfully offered to call Sara Nuna, making her instantly flustered. Sara was taken aback by Rowan's proposal but quickly nodded in agreement, telling herself that she had already stopped using honorifics with this younger guy anyway. Rowan smirked slightly, dropping his voice to call her Sara Nuna sweetly, accompanied by a sincere compliment that she truly had a beautiful name. Looking at the Cho Rowan name tag pinned to his chest, she silently admired how the name sounded both adorable and deeply characteristic of the younger generation. Rowan unexpectedly reached out to gently pat his colleague's head, then curiously pressed to know if Sara had experienced many part-time jobs before. Hearing him confess that his only reason for working was to go shopping, Sara covered her mouth in bright laughter and teased that such a thought sounded just like a kid. Rowan suddenly froze with wide eyes, an indescribable wave of wounded pride surging in his heart at being considered a child by the girl he liked. Sara quietly turned her back and leaned against the counter to focus on work, completely unaware of the gaze from the boy behind her, who kept watching her. Rowan puffed his cheeks in dissatisfaction, a mental image popping up of him using his hand to measure their height difference to mock that this shorty had no right to criticize him. Standing in front of the cash register, Sara flusteredly swiped her hand across the screen, mentally reviewing the checkout process to be flawless on her first day of work. Suddenly, a veiny hand approached close beside hers, signaling an accidental, yet highly agitating touch about to happen right at the checkout counter. Two hands pressed closely together as if performing an impromptu size comparison right at the workplace. Sara's petite hands were completely engulfed within his large palm, a clear testament to their intriguingly different physical proportions. She looked up in utter shock, eyes wide with astonishment at the abrupt but equally mischievous action of her younger colleague. The blonde boy smirked, teasing that she really acted no different from a kid despite holding the title of his older sister. He continued to deal a critical blow by asserting that everything about her, from her figure to her personality, was so incredibly small. The sarcastic remark left Sara stunned. She stared at him in silence with a pensive expression, as if trying to digest the harsh truth just spoken. But then she suddenly burst into a hearty laugh with flushed cheeks, secretly marveling inside that the young guy in front of her was truly a fascinating person. Sara scratched her head in embarrassment, questioning herself if she was forcing it too much to act like an adult right after finishing her college entrance exams. Seeing her flustered, the blonde guy immediately broke into an excited smile and playfully asked her to quickly show him how to pour drinks proficiently. The shift, filled with even more laughter, concluded with a painful groan as Sara's heels began to swell from moving around too much in tight shoes. Rowan frowned slightly in worry, turning to pressingly ask if something was wrong with his little colleague. Sara awkwardly stood on one leg, grimacing and complaining that her newly bought cheap shoes had caused her heels to blister painfully. The blonde boy nodded sympathetically, while Sara feared the wound was so bad she couldn't even bear to put the shoes back on to walk home. Rowan quickly took out a roll of medical tape and suggested she apply a thick layer to protect the injured skin. Sara looked extremely surprised at such thoughtful preparation, prompting the guy to chuckle and explain that he always carried it to cover up his piercings. While Rowan was busy adjusting his edgy earrings, Sara quietly sat on the floor to observe her senior. Seeing his somewhat quirky actions, she couldn't help but laugh out loud and curiously asked what on earth he was trying to do. Rowan smirked with a gentle smile, proactively offering to help her apply the tape if she found it difficult to do it herself. That offer made Sara blush scarlet from embarrassment. She hastily declined, thinking to herself that letting someone of the opposite sex see her bare feet was just too much to bear. Rowan could only laugh it off at that adorable stubbornness, while Sara secretly breathed a sigh of relief as the tape finally helped ease her pain. Sara was struggling to tie her hair up neatly when Rowan quietly observed her from behind with a deeply thoughtful gaze. The guy silently threw on a white button-down shirt, looking unusually poised while Sara's black locks gently brushed past his line of sight. The blonde boy suddenly froze with wide eyes, as if he had just remembered a shocking secret about his colleague. Rowan stepped forward decisively with an incredibly serious demeanor, instantly making the atmosphere in the locker room feel suffocating. Sara looked up at her senior in bewilderment, then hesitantly pressed to know what exactly was wrong with him. Rowan unexpectedly pointed a finger at Sara and firmly asserted that he had caught her visiting this store a few months ago. She was so stunned she couldn't utter a word when Rowan brought up the image of her wearing a school uniform and walking with a man. Seeing her flustered, Rowan immediately teased playfully that perhaps it was because Sara was so beautiful that he was so deeply impressed. He narrowed his eyes scrutinizingly, then bluntly asked the questionable query of whether the man accompanying her that day was her boyfriend. Sara panicked, waving her hands in vehement denial, blushing scarlet as she yelled out that the person was actually just her tutor. Sara hurriedly clarified that the man was simply treating her to a meal and there was absolutely no shady relationship between them. Rowan quietly observed her with a highly suspicious look, as if deep down he wasn't entirely convinced by that explanation. While throwing on an edgy camo jacket, he confessed that he had been quite shocked to see a schoolgirl in uniform walking next to an overly mature man. The blonde boy smirked slightly, admitting that deep down he suspected some creep was scheming to flirt with a minor at the time. Rowan's blunt statement left Sara dumbfounded. She asked back in disbelief why he could come up with such negative thoughts. Rowan unexpectedly dropped a compliment that her beauty was the very reason, making Sara just cover her mouth and laugh heartily to dispel the awkward atmosphere. He continued muttering about how he had looked down on that teacher as a terrible person before realizing the truth. Rowan flashed a knowing smile and asserted that learning the man wasn't a bad guy was truly very useful information. Sara stared blankly after Rowan, an indescribable stir of emotions beginning to well up inside her at the straightforwardness of her new friend. Watching Rowan's fading silhouette, Sara secretly erased her prejudice about an attention-seeking guy and realized this boy actually carried an incredibly profound demeanor. Sara Moon smiled faintly with a hidden meaning, secretly wondering about her colleague's sudden change in attitude behind her. Rowan quietly adjusted the hem of his rugged camo jacket, striving to regain his usual composure even though his mind was starting to waver. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes, sincerely affirming that Rowan was actually a very kind-hearted person. The blonde boy suddenly fell silent at the all-too-abrupt compliment, his eyes clearly showing a mix of astonishment and fluster. Sara excitedly recounted how he had worried about her even though they were still strangers, silently thankful for the warmth hidden beneath that cold demeanor. Rowan gave a slight smirk and let out an awkward exclamation, as if he were trying to find a way to dodge that sincerity. His face suddenly flushed a shy rosy pink, his forced smile betraying a heart rate that wouldn't stop accelerating. He hastily reached up to ruffle his hair to hide his distress, silently asking himself why he was so easily flustered by this girl. Rowan quietly turned his face away to avoid direct eye contact, leaving an agonizing silence in the space of a locker room. But then, he couldn't help blushing scarlet again, softly muttering a shy denial while his heart was completely conquered by her. Rowan hurriedly chased after and called out loud, asking Sara to wait for him so they could leave together, leaving her stunned, wondering where he had suddenly appeared from. Sara smiled slightly and dropped a compliment that Rowan was actually an incredibly kind and warm person. Going back to an old memory, Rowan quietly sat on a stone bench with a dazed look, as if immersed in his own agonizing thoughts. Suddenly, a strange figure glided past his line of sight, making him startle in surprise at the other's unexpected presence. An unfamiliar girl with long hair suddenly rushed over to hug Rowan tightly, whiningly declaring that this seat originally belonged to her. She looked at him mischievously, pressing to ask if Rowan was worried about the kids getting caught using fake IDs. Rowan tiredly denied it while the girl kept rambling on about a guy who just blew 2 million won on sports betting. She laughingly mentioned the scammer who faked idol photo cards and excitedly invited Rowan to go see if that guy got busted. Faced with those somewhat heartless jokes, Rowan could only silently look at her with a profound gaze containing many unpredictable hidden meanings. The girl instantly became flustered, curiously asking why he was staring at her and silently fearing her makeup was messed up. The strange girl's eyes suddenly became strangely gentle as she looked at the person opposite her with a meaningful, subtle smile. Facing that figure, the blonde boy was plunging into extreme panic and silently told himself he was truly doomed. The best friend exhaled smoke while excitedly mentioning the blind date with Lee Seowon next week, leaving the blonde boy still in a daze. When admiring the dazzling beauty of the famous female influencer on the phone screen, both couldn't help but marvel at that captivating look. The blonde boy pondered regretfully over not getting the girl's social media account in time, despite the taunt that he shouldn't be cowardly like a loser. The friend kept inviting him to visit Kim Tae-suk at the school right next door to the girls' school after that guy was forced to transfer. Sitting on the sidewalk, the group of friends chatted and laughed together about the pranks they mocked themselves for being absolute trash tier. Suddenly, the blonde boy stood up decisively, leaving the friend beside him staring up in sheer confusion. He smirked regretfully and asserted that he was busy with work, so he definitely couldn't join the fun with the whole group. Hearing that, his best friend clearly looked annoyed and loudly scolded him for being a dirt-poor loser who only ever cared about work. The blonde boy glanced sideways with a highly skeptical look upon hearing his best friend's invitation, then smirked, asserting that his very poverty was the motivation for him to keep grinding instead of going out to play. He walked away casually with full confidence, secretly harboring the intention to find that beautiful girl's personal account no matter what. In the quiet locker room, he silently closed his eyes tight to enjoy a brief moment of rest after an exhausting shift. Making Sara undeniably surprised to see him still lingering, she curiously asked the reason why he hadn't left yet. She quickly tied back her hair, while pressing to know whether he had really finished getting ready to leave work or not. The young colleague unexpectedly looked straight into her eyes and dropped a flattering remark that her appearance was as beautiful as idol Jang Won-young. The abrupt compliment left Sara so astounded that she blushed scarlet. She screamed out in shock mixed with a bit of indescribable excitement. She frantically waved her hands to deny the embarrassment, asserting that she only went to work because she was broke, so these flattering tricks wouldn't work. In response to the older girl's adorable fluster, the boy could only hold his head and laugh out loud, having succeeded in teasing the picky girl. Sara adjusted her coworker's hat, laughing it off while warning her friend not to take the jokes too far because she actually had a crush for a long time. The abrupt question about the identity of that lucky guy made the blonde boy suddenly fall silent, his eyes fixed on her with a scrutinizing gaze. But then the guy burst into a mischievous laugh, playfully asking if that person was himself before hurriedly denying it to dispel the awkwardness. In the quiet space of the locker room, he suddenly called out the tutor's name, making Sara, who was busy arranging her locker, freeze in shock. Panicked, she covered her pale face and loudly pressed to know how he could read her innermost secret thoughts. With a triumphant look, the guy revealed that yesterday her tomato-red face had exposed everything for the whole world to see. Stunned, Sara pressed her hands against her burning cheeks, screaming in intense excitement upon realizing her long-held feelings were that obvious. Seeing his older coworker's somewhat over-the-top expression, the boy suddenly turned solemn and advised her that it was best to just pretend to know nothing to save face. Sara quietly bowed her head with dreamy eyes, her mind at this moment seeming completely drifted toward her beloved tutor. Responding to that daydreaming was the deep, pensive look of her coworker, signaling complex psychological shifts about to take place. Sara excitedly suggested that since he had seen through her thoughts, he should help her resolve a small question right now. She leaned close to reveal that this Saturday she would be having a private meal with her tutor, making the boy sweat nervously in confusion. With a bright, hopeful smile, Sara asked her coworker to help consult on choosing a truly impressive outfit for the date. The blonde boy smirked slightly and asserted that wearing jeans was the style that best enhanced her beauty. Sara thought pensively, then wonderingly asked back if wearing jeans would be too casual for such an important meeting. Seeing her hesitate endlessly, The guy sat on a pile of cardboard boxes and sarcastically said she might as well wear her school uniform to save the trouble. He continued to pour cold water on her by asserting that the tutor wouldn't actually care in the slightest about what she wore. The harsh words infuriated Sara. She widened her eyes, wondering if this annoying kid had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the guy silently put on his hat and avoided her gaze, the atmosphere between the two suddenly becoming suffocatingly silent. He regretfully covered his mouth for slipping up, silently blaming himself for breaking his promise to stay nice in front of her. Sara stood in front of the mirror adjusting her outfit, full of momentum as she told herself she was completely ready for the important date. The pleasant ring of the restaurant door chimed, signaling the moment she stepped into the luxurious space to begin the meeting. Seowon was already sitting and waiting at a quiet corner table. He looked up slightly and proactively greeted Sara with his usual elegant smile. Sitting across from her dream teacher at a table packed with pizza, Sara excitedly shared that it had been a long time since they had a chance to chat intimately like this. Seowon brought up her part-time job that he had just heard about from Sang-hyuk, making her happily admit to her recent busyness. A radiant smile never leaving her lips, Sara secretly enjoyed the intoxicating happiness of seeing that he still quietly cared about her life. However, the teacher suddenly paused, took a small sip of water, and began steering the conversation toward a somewhat more formal topic. Seowon looked down thoughtfully, then pressed to confirm if it was true that the college entrance exam results would be announced on the last day of January. Sara suddenly felt buzzkilled, silently complaining why they had to return to dry academic topics right when the atmosphere was so romantic. Nevertheless, she still looked at the plate of pasta and shyly asked for his opinion on whether, with all her effort, she could actually secure a spot in college. Seowon mused quietly, placing a hand on his chin in thought at the expectant question from his little student. Breaking into a cold sweat, he awkwardly explained that from a realistic perspective, it was indeed very difficult to say anything in advance. Seowon promised to pray for her, while Sara behind him could only hold her head in distress at the disappointing answer. Sara's eyes suddenly showed clear determination. She told herself she had to pass the college exam at all costs, because that was the sole connection allowing her to continue meeting him after leaving school. Sara looked straight at Seowon with a hopeful smile, asking again to seek confirmation from him. Responding to that enthusiasm was the teacher's deep, serious gaze, suddenly making the atmosphere feel suffocating. Amid the quiet restaurant space, Seowon suddenly called Sara's name, making her heart skip a beat once again. He looked down at the pasta plate and hesitantly expressed that he had struggled a lot internally over whether to say this. Sara fixed her eyes on his every movement, her heart anxiously wondering what major secret he was about to reveal. Seowon looked straight into Sara's eyes with an unprecedented solemn expression, signaling an important conversation about to begin. He dropped his voice to recall the truth that Sara had constantly confessed her feelings for him all this time, making the space suddenly freeze. The direct statement left her stunned and sweating, silently panicking over why he chose this public place to confront her. Sara forced a laugh to dispel the stifling atmosphere, stammering to ask what her teacher was ultimately implying. But her smile vanished upon meeting his sharp gaze, feeling as though all her innermost thoughts had just been completely exposed. She realized in shock that Seowon had no intention of joking at all, his face remaining terrifyingly cold. Looking at the straight back of her teacher, Sara silently deduced that after so many evasions, today was the day he decided to confront her feelings head-on. Seowon lowered his eyes slightly to hide his wavering emotions, a quiet atmosphere enveloping the dining table where delicious food had long been forgotten. He silently held the straw in his hand and confessed a harsh truth he had intentionally pretended not to know for a long time. The repeated statement that he had been silently observing everything made his little student's heart suddenly tighten with an indescribable sadness. Sara bowed her head in pain, telling herself that even though she had anticipated it, hearing a direct rejection still made her heart sting deeply. Seowon looked at the plate of food and gently explained that because she was still so young, he had hoped time would help her get over these fleeting feelings. Sara sat in silent reflection on the approaching milestone of 20, secretly lamenting whether he was using her age as an excuse to avoid her. Looking up at him, She heard Seowon firmly assert that he had never taken her sincere feelings lightly. However, precisely because of that respect, the teacher was all the more decisive when declaring that he could not accept this relationship. Seowon emphasized that the status of teacher and student was deeply ingrained, and that boundary would never vanish right after a college entrance exam. Sara's hands involuntarily squeezed the glass of water on the table, trying to repress the emotional storm about to erupt before the harsh reality. She mustered all her courage to press whether things might have a chance to change once she officially became a college student. Looking straight into his little student's eyes, Seowon silently denied it and affirmed that their starting point would always remain an indelible barrier. The final blow that not all sincere love is reciprocated caused Sara to completely break down, her eyes blurring with tears before the coldness of the person she loved. Seowon narrowed his eyes pensively, seemingly searching for the most fitting words to extinguish the hope in his little student's heart. He covered his face tiredly, then gently reminded Sara that the age gap between them was too wide, and she still had an entire open future ahead. Seowon looked directly into her eyes with tolerance, fearing that his presence right now would make her regret it when she realized how many beautiful things awaited in the outside world. He lightly touched the tabletop, the clinking of cutlery seemingly highlighting the firmness of his declaration that accepting her feelings was impossible. Sara slumped her head in shock, silently crying out in bitterness as she realized her teacher's kindness was actually a double-edged sword stabbing deep into her heart. Seowon maintained a calm, almost icy expression, firmly declaring that if he were to agree, it would be an extremely irresponsible act. Sara's eyes began to blur with tears. She indignantly thought that if he had decided to reject her, he should have played the villain, so she could let go more easily. Tears rolled down her flushed cheeks. Sara choked up because his overwhelming gentleness only sank her deeper, leaving her no way to give up. Amid the suffocatingly quiet space, Seowon silently observed the trembling small figure of his student with complex thoughts. Sara sat dazed with heavy shoulders, bitterly pressing to know if he proactively set up today's meeting just to pour another bucket of cold water on her heart. Seowon was stunned by the harsh reproaches, his eyes widening in shock as if struck right in the nerve by his student's outrage. Sara lowered her head, bitterly asserting that he intentionally played dumb just to keep his paid job and now brutally forced her to face reality. Panicking at the harmful misunderstanding, Seowon hastily reached out to signal an explanation that he absolutely never had such pragmatic thoughts. Even knowing he meant no harm, Sara still sobbed as she brought up how he kept everything hidden from her brother out of a selfish fear of getting fired. In a surge of wounded pride, she intentionally chose the sharpest words to torment herself, even though deep down she knew she was acting childish and annoying. Tears rolled down as Sara choked out the confession that she had worked so hard at her part-time job all this time just to save up money to buy him a meaningful gift. The white paper bag lay quietly on the seat as proof of a sincere love that was just rejected, making the surrounding space suddenly feel heavy. Seowon froze completely with a dazed face, his heart feeling squeezed before the silent and innocent sacrifice of the girl opposite him. The teacher's gaze suddenly dropped full of guilt and distress, as if he realized that his rationality had accidentally inflicted too deep a wound. Unable to bear the suffocation any longer, Sara bolted up with trembling hands on the table and mumbled a belated apology before wanting to flee from this place. Seowon shouted Sara's name, but she hastily fled the restaurant with tear-filled eyes and a broken heart. He intended to chase after her, but his steps suddenly stopped midway, harsh rationality once again preventing an impulsive action. Slumping down onto his seat with his hands ruffling his hair, Seowon berated himself for wanting to pursue her after drawing such a harsh line. He bit his lip in deep regret, recalling the sharp words that had just pierced deeply into the sensitive soul of his little student. Amid the messy dining table, the teacher could only bury his head in his hands in utter despair, not knowing what was the right thing to do. Meanwhile, on the street, Sara trudged along with sore feet in her high-heeled boots, her hair already messy from the night wind. She burst into tears, silently blaming herself for putting so much effort into dressing up only to end up with such a pathetic outcome. Sara slumped down on the cold sidewalk, sobbing from disappointment, feeling that all her previous worries about her outfit had suddenly become ridiculous. The scene shifted to another workday, where the blonde boy, Ro-won, cheerfully broke into a bright smile and greeted his older coworker warmly. Responding to that enthusiasm was Sara's dazed expression. She quietly put on her headphones and offered a tired greeting to her close younger colleague. Ro-won tilted his head slightly, then excitedly pressed Sara to know how that important meeting had ultimately turned out. He brought up how she had taken the trouble to ask him for outfit advice to go out for a private meal with her beloved tutor last time. Sara went quiet for a moment, her eyes suddenly drooping with sadness as the painful memories from the restaurant came rushing back. She tried to force a fake smile to hide her feelings, but deep down her heart was screaming as tears hovered on the verge of falling. Unable to hold back any longer, Sara tearfully admitted that the date was truly a horrific disaster as tears overflowed her eyes. Witnessing that scene, Ro-won panicked with wide eyes and asked loudly why on earth she had suddenly burst into tears like that. The guy flusteredly waved his arms around, silently questioning himself if he had slipped up with his words and hurt her to this extent. Ro-won anxiously pressed to ask if that teacher had harshly scolded her, his eyes clearly showing panic at her vulnerability. He quietly raised a hand to cover his mouth to hold back his shock, his gaze suddenly becoming profound as he empathized with the pain Sara was enduring. After a moment of hesitation, Ro-won unexpectedly proposed taking her out to cheer her up, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to soothe her broken heart. Sara paused with a humorously dazed expression, secretly wondering about her blonde, younger coworker's excessive confidence. Ro-won smiled subtly and firmly asserted that he had never been the kind of man to make a girl cry. The confident declaration left Sara frozen for a moment, silently observing him with a look filled with endless skepticism. She playfully pressed to ask if this kid was trying to flirt with her, making the atmosphere suddenly become very flirtatious. Ro-won was stunned and then burst out laughing, asking where she got the confidence to think he actually intended to hit on an older girl like that. Sara pouted sarcastically and mocked that his level of narcissism had truly exceeded all her normal standards. Responding to that attack, Ro-won maintained a triumphant look and wittily asked another playful question to see her reaction. Sara narrowed her eyes, looking deep into his thoughts, and voiced her doubts, seemingly not entirely believing those somewhat cliché words. Ro-won suddenly fell silent, his face turning thoughtful as he silently observed the smallest changes on Sara's beautiful face. The awkward moment passed as Ro-won scratched his head and whistled to dodge the moment, while Sara could only stand with hands on her hips, laughing at her younger coworker's clumsy trick. Ro-won gently leaned his head near Sara's shoulder, whiningly reminding her that they were only 1 year apart, so she shouldn't try so hard to act mature. He looked deep into his older coworker's eyes with a mesmerizing smile and decisively pressed to know if she really wanted to hang out with him or not. Sara was briefly dazed by the abrupt proposal, her eyes showing clear confusion as she began considering this fresh relationship. Finally, she playfully patted Ro-won's head and accepted the invitation, telling herself to just view it as a hangout between close friends. Returning to her room, Sara sprawled on the bed and startled in shock when thinking about how she was starting to get involved with a younger guy. She squirmed under the thick blanket, trying to reassure herself that the best way to forget an ex was to open her heart to someone new. Sara thought pensively about her friend's comments and began to wonder if Ro-won was truly developing serious feelings for her. Suddenly, the image of Eun-pa flashed back along with the harsh statement that he didn't like her at all, making the wound in Sara's heart sting once again. Embarrassed, she buried her face in her pillow, silently berating herself for foolishly delusions over other people's feelings for so long, only to bring humiliation upon herself. Brushing aside the chaotic thoughts, Sara lay dazed, picking out an outfit for tomorrow, silently complaining about the winter weather gradually turning freezing cold. Ro-won sent a text asking if she was asleep yet, making Sara chuckle, thinking this kid was really far too easy to see through. Receiving a teasing reply from his older coworker, the blonde boy gleefully glued his eyes to his phone screen, admiring how truly hilarious she was. Sara smiled triumphantly at the screen, proudly believing this was how an older sister indulged a younger brother. When Ro-won made an excuse to ask for her phone number for tomorrow's meetup, she happily sent her personal contact number right away, without a second thought. The quiet room was suddenly broken by the rapid ringing of her phone, signaling an unexpected incoming call. Sara gasped in shock, staring blankly at her phone, stammering in amazement at his overly abrupt action. Overcoming the initial shock, she anxiously put the phone to her ear and offered a hesitant greeting to answer the call. Rowan flashed a bright smile on the other end of the line, smugly greeting her and asking to confirm if this was indeed her number. Despite Sara grumbling and telling him to go to sleep early, the kid whined and begged her to keep talking to him because he couldn't fall asleep. Switching to a pensive tone, Rowan narrowed his eyes, asking curiously why Sara accepted such a tough part-time job for her very first time working. Sara lay lazily, thinking this kid was truly a sly fox, and decided to go along with him after mentioning picking a random job on JobHell. Under the starry night sky, she excitedly went on telling trivial stories about her friends to keep the lively conversation going. The day of the hangout arrived. Sara appeared in a warm winter outfit with a thick scarf, her eyes showing anticipation mixed with a bit of nervousness. Right at that moment, Rowan showed up in a super stylish brown fur-lined jacket, flashing a radiant smile and affectionately calling Sara's name. Seeing her younger co-worker's handsome appearance, she couldn't help but go dazed for a moment, only able to let out a quiet gasp of surprise. Rowan expressed regret for keeping her waiting, making Sara secretly wonder why a top-tier guy with a long line of pursuers would choose to hang out with her. He tilted his head slightly, signaling the start of their hangout, while Sara still couldn't believe she was actually going to watch a movie with a handsome guy. Inside the movie theater with dim pink lights, the two sat side by side, but each person's mind seemed to be drifting off elsewhere. Sara munched on popcorn while privately rating the movie. Despite good reviews, the actual plot was incredibly dull and mediocre. She looked up at the screen in boredom, telling herself that no matter how popular the male lead was, this boring storyline still made her feel utterly sleepy. The movie screen suddenly displayed an eerie, bloody face with bulging white eyes, instantly making the atmosphere turn terrifying. Sara couldn't hide her terror. She screamed at the top of her lungs and covered her face before the haunting horror scenes of the movie. Rowan quietly observed his older co-worker's panicked expression, his eyes clearly showing amusement at her adorably cowardly side. The blonde boy smirked silently, seemingly scheming a new joke to continue teasing her after the movie ended. Stepping out into the lobby, Rowan casually remarked that the movie wasn't too bad, but didn't live up to the hype either, not forgetting to mock Sara's over-the-top reactions, leaving her shyly looking away. Sara narrowed her eyes at a nearby arcade, a bold idea popping into her head to reclaim her dignity after her recent embarrassing display. She unexpectedly turned around to challenge Rowan to an arcade game battle, accompanied by a firm declaration that whoever lost would pay for dinner tonight. Facing Sara's confident invitation, Rowan suddenly turned serious, his eyes clearly focused to prepare for the dramatic competition. The kid smirked and confidently declared himself a gaming master, making Sara just give a dry laugh and urge him to quickly prove his words through action. Heading over to the dance machine, both stepped onto the platform and gripped the back handrails tightly, ready to show off skilled footwork to decide who would pay for dinner. Both stopped in front of a claw machine. Sara excitedly watched the toys inside while Rowan quietly resolved to win her a souvenir. After intense concentration, a small plush bear wearing red glasses finally landed right in his hand, bringing unexpected joy to its recipient. Sara smiled radiantly upon receiving the gift from Rowan, playfully cherishing the little bear in her hands under her younger co-worker's satisfied gaze. To capture the memorable moment, they stood close together posing for a photo, Rowan gently glancing at the girl beside him with a meaningful look. Sara excitedly held up her hand in a playful peace sign before the camera, trying to show a youthful vibe next to the handsome blonde boy smiling smugly. The photo session ended in cheerful laughter as they joked around, Rowan naturally putting his arm around Sara's shoulder as if asserting their closeness. After having a blast, the two stopped at an upscale restaurant to enjoy a delicious dinner under the warm yellow lights. Strolling down the street after the meal, Sara rubbed her stomach while exclaiming that the food was truly amazing, not forgetting to joke that free food always tastes best. Suddenly, she squealed in excitement upon spotting a roadside ice cream shop, hurriedly pointing toward it and begging Rowan to enjoy dessert with her. The hangout concluded perfectly as both held cold ice cream cups in hand. Sara happily took hers and expressed sincere thanks for Rowan's thoughtfulness. Rowan looked at his older co-worker hesitantly, asking how she could eat ice cream in the freezing cold, prompting Sara to stubbornly declare that post-dinner ice cream was an undeniable truth. Suddenly, a young boy darted past, frantically shouting about Pink Fong, ignoring his mother's stern warning not to run around wildly. Rowan panicked and shouted out loud, telling everyone to be careful as he spotted an accident about to happen right before his eyes. Sara turned her head in confusion upon hearing the shout, completely unaware that the kid was rushing straight toward her at a dizzying speed. The blue ice cream cup fell to the ground and splattered everywhere, leaving a mess to the astonishment of onlookers. The night park space suddenly fell quiet beside the fountain, marking an ironic mishap that had just occurred. Sara was touched, burying her head against Rowan's shoulder to express sincere thanks for her younger coworker's timely protection. Rowan busied himself at a public water fountain, washing out the stain on his older coworker's shirt, silently complaining that his cool image had completely vanished. The boy's veiny hands meticulously scrubbed the white fabric, trying his best to fix the aftermath of the collision with a hyperactive kid earlier. Sara playfully praised Rowan for acting like a real man by protecting his older sister, while he grumpily demanded proper payment for his hard labor. Rowan sat quietly on a park bench in the serene silence, leaving a pensive lull after a hangout filled with laughter. Watching from behind, Sara silently marveled at how Rowan had made everything feel so comfortable and pleasant for her. Looking at the souvenir in her hand, she secretly praised her younger coworker's thoughtfulness for helping her dispel all her bad feelings. Sara told herself that being beside him saved her from wasting energy stressing over the image of that tutor. She stood pensively, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her shirt, as if trying to muster all her courage to utter her innermost thoughts. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sara closed her eyes slightly and expressed a wish that things could have played out under a different script. She looked deep into his eyes and confessed that if only Rowan had been the one she developed feelings for from the very beginning. Rowan was stunned by the sudden confession, stammering as he asked back about the meaning of the replacement Sara had just mentioned, his face full of disbelief. The blonde boy slightly adjusted his jacket, looking seriously at his older coworker and firmly asserting that he would never accept being a replacement. Sara froze with a dazed, astonished expression, her eyes showing clear confusion as she realized the terrifying seriousness in Rowan's declaration. Rowan unexpectedly reached out and took Sara's hand like a gentle promise in the quiet atmosphere of the park at night. The overly abrupt action left her so astonished she could only gasp in surprise while her heart beat wildly. Still holding her hand tightly, the blonde boy seriously asked his older coworker not to mention replacing anyone, but to focus on looking at who he truly was. Sara froze before the intense sincerity emanating from him, her eyes showing shock mixed with a bit of confusion. She silently observed her younger coworker's handsome face, secretly sensing a strange electric current spreading throughout her body. Overcoming the initial shock, Sara stammered to press about the true meaning of that bold declaration with a doubtful face. Rowan turned his face slightly away to hide his fluster, shyly admitting that he felt incredibly embarrassed to say those words. Sara stared blankly into the air with her lips parted, her mind seemingly still lost amid the tangled emotions that had just begun to bloom. Bowing his head pensively, Rowan bitterly affirmed that he had no intention of forcing her to return his feelings right now. The blonde boy gently looked up deep into his older coworker's eyes, only softly hoping she would occasionally save a small spot for his image. Rowan fell silent with thoughtful eyes, seemingly steeling himself for an extremely important confession. Suddenly, the guy ruffled his hair in utter confusion, stammering an admission that he didn't know how to face this mess either. Standing before his strange expression, Sara could only watch in silence with eyes wide in amazement. Rowan hurriedly covered his face to hide his shyness, silently complaining that saying such cheesy words truly made him feel deeply embarrassed. Looking at the boy's back, Sara suddenly fell quiet as she truly understood for the first time the uncomfortable feelings her tutor had once endured. She asked herself if she truly disliked this younger guy, only to realize that her feelings carried not a single trace of ill will. Amid the quiet atmosphere, Rowan proactively reached out to take Sara's hand as if seeking a clearer connection. Still holding her small hands tightly, the blonde boy seriously affirmed that what he truly wanted to say was that his feelings had never changed. Rowan stood up tall, looking deep into his older coworker's eyes, sincerely declaring that he was inherently someone who was extremely patient when it came to waiting. Responding to that intense sincerity, Sara gently wrapped her warm scarf around Rowan's neck, telling herself she just wanted to give a little warmth to soothe his heart right now. Rowan joyfully enjoys the warmth from the scarf and playfully demands his outfit back, making Sara chuckle and admit he understands her all too well. Observing their hands placed side by side on the bench, she secretly realizes she has no ill feelings toward his care and begins to reflect deeply on her feelings. Sara's eyes suddenly turn distant as she silently wishes that her former tutor had never looked down on or disliked her sincere feelings. She blames herself because even in a good moment beside a new guy, her heart still aches incessantly remembering her old flame. The scene shifts to a bustling burger shop, where customers pack the space, creating an extremely hectic and noisy atmosphere. Sara quickly puts on her uniform hat and loudly responds to the call to help in the fryer station to kick off a high-pressure work shift. Batches of golden French fries sizzle furiously in the hot oil pans, testifying to the store's peak busyness during the shift. Amidst the kitchen smoke, Rowan looks sternly at his senior and urgently advises her to watch out for the hot oil to avoid painful accidents. Sara softly acknowledges the reminder, and then both continue to work side by side to quickly handle the overwhelming rush of incoming orders. Taking advantage of a brief break, she quietly observes Rowan and secretly wonders whether this younger coworker's attitude toward her is truly undergoing a big change. Slices of sizzling grilled meat with charred edges fragrant on the grill alongside a few bottles of beer signal a lavish dinner party. Rowan attentively places food in Sara's bowl, making her a bit flustered, yet she quickly thanks him for his care. Witnessing that intimacy, the woman sitting opposite suddenly squints suspiciously and quietly observes the two very carefully. She gives a subtle smile and slowly speaks up, saying she had actually been wondering about this for quite some time. The direct question of whether the two are dating is thrown out, causing the atmosphere at the table to instantly become suffocatingly tense. Sara is so startled she nearly drops her chopsticks, stammering out her shock at such a sudden speculation. The woman playfully explains that since they are the only high school students here and are always attached at the hip, despite Sara desperately denying it with an awkward smile. Rowan narrows his eyes slightly in displeasure upon hearing his senior try to draw a clear line, and he begins to look more serious than usual. The blonde guy suddenly looks straight into her eyes and captivatingly asserts that currently, the two of them haven't officially started dating yet. That suggestive declaration freezes Sara in her tracks. She bows her head to hide her cheeks, which are flushed bright red from embarrassment and shock. The middle-aged woman is utterly astonished, holding her red cheeks with both hands upon hearing Rowan affirm that the two aren't officially dating at the moment. Sara cannot hide her embarrassment. She repeatedly hits her younger coworker's arm and scolds him for saying such weird things in front of an adult. Rowan can only wince in pain, even though his eyes still show playful mischief, seeming to thoroughly enjoy teasing his senior into losing her mind. He chuckles softly and coaxingly says it was just a joke, asking back whether Sara is lacking a sense of humor. The shift officially ends, and Rowan quickly offers to escort Sara home upon seeing her preparing to walk back alone in the dark. She pauses to check her phone text messages and thinks that she already asked her mother to have her brother Sang-hyuk pick her up, so Rowan doesn't need to worry. In the waiting lobby, decisive footsteps approach accompanied by a brief call, making Sara hurriedly turn around to look for the familiar figure. In her heart, she tells herself that the person arriving is definitely her brother, reflecting on how today has truly been a long day filled with interesting experiences. Suddenly Eunpa appears with sharp violet eyes and a gray hoodie, looking straight into her eyes and urging them both to set off right away. Sara freezes in absolute shock, stammering in disbelief as to why Eunpa is the one standing here to pick her up instead of her brother. Eunpa explains that her brother Sang-hyuk went drinking with his friends, leaving Sara to only let out a tired sigh over her brother's old habit. Rowan, standing beside her, softly calls out to Sara, his gaze full of scrutiny as he stares at the sudden appearance of the strange young man. Eunpa maintains a cold composure, but his violet eyes turn sharp as he stares back at his rival to gauge the threat. The air in the lobby instantly becomes tense when Eunpa bluntly demands to know the identity of the guy standing right next to Sara. Sara stands between the two men in utter confusion, secretly wondering if she has somehow wandered into a surreal scene generated by AI. The scene shifts to a drinking table overflowing with beer, liquor, and the rowdy laughter of male college students late at night. Seowon's group of friends excitedly discuss how they are all about to turn 25, not forgetting to double-check if Seowon is currently turning 24. The conversation gradually turns to how the generation born in 2008 is now preparing to become adults, making the group laugh, saying it feels like those kids were born just yesterday. Seowon silently takes a sip of hard liquor, his mind suddenly drifting back to his little student, thinking to himself that Sara will also turn 20 soon. He sits dazed with his back turned to the noisy party, quietly lost in thought and marveling at how time truly flies like an arrow. Sara quickly picks up her phone to call her mother, informing her that she just bumped into Eunpa and is about to walk back home. She promises to be home right away, while Rowoon standing next to her looks displeased, inwardly blaming her mother for being overly anxious about her daughter. Rowoon's eyes are filled with vigilance as he glances at Eunpa, narrowing his eyes and wondering who this strange young man is to appear beside Sara in the middle of the night. He silently judges Eunpa's dyed hair and stylish earrings, even mistaking him for a famous idol. Rowoon gives a slight smirk with a proud expression, seemingly bracing himself for an uncompromising confrontation to assert his position. The golden-haired fox lets out a sarcastic remark about childhood friend relationships, driving Eunpa to angrily snap back that Rowoon looks no different from a troublemaking brat. Eunpa takes the initiative to escort Sara home, attentively asking about her mother's call while she still feels guilty for troubling her best friend in vain. Strolling under the starlight, Sara hurriedly texts her brother Sang-hyuk warning him not to drink too much and not to make noise when returning home late. However, she suddenly freezes upon receiving Sang-hyuk's reply that he is walking and talking bad about her with her tutor Seowon. Sara's face instantly flushes red in panic, and she frantically types a text threatening to mess her brother up if he dares utter anything weird to ruin her image. Rowoon silently observes the interaction between Sara and her best friend with a thoughtful expression, seemingly gauging the current situation. He suddenly clears his throat to break the suffocating silence, capturing Eunpa's attention and causing him to look back with wary eyes. Rowoon steps closer and sarcastically asks Eunpa if he feels cold wearing just a thin hoodie in the freezing weather, silently thinking to himself that this childhood friend bond is absurd. The deserted street at night under dim yellow streetlights further accentuates the solitude and the subtle calculations brewing in the hearts of the three young people. A long, sleepless night begins to blanket everyone as each individual struggles with their own chaotic web of thoughts. While Seowon sits quietly amidst the noisy drinking crowd, Sara in another place secretly wonders whether he is spending even a single second thinking of her. Seowon raises his glass and takes a sorrowful sip, unintentionally fulfilling the tiny wish of his former student who is desperately praying to be in his thoughts. Sara stands dazed on the late-night street with blushing cheeks, wishing her presence in Seowon's mind could be just a little larger. Suddenly, her name being called pulls Sara back to reality, her eyes widening in surprise at the abrupt appearance of the person in front of her. Rowoon unexpectedly reaches out and firmly grabs Sara's shoulders, looking straight into her eyes with a grave expression and asking where her mind is truly wandering. Rowoon suddenly grabs Sara's shoulders right next to a utility pole and gruffly asks if she is trying to bump her head into it to commit suicide, while Eunpa quietly watches from behind. Sara looks up at her younger co-worker with blushing cheeks, softly nodding in thanks, but still unable to help wondering why he is still here at this hour. Rowoon leans down close, staring straight into his senior's eyes and mesmerizingly reminding her that he had promised to escort her all the way home. The blonde boy lets out a provocative smirk and turns to invite Eunpa to join this late-night procession for fun. Standing beneath the shadow of his hoodie cap, Eunpa maintains a cold face and deep violet eyes, silently evaluating the threat from the stylish guy in front of him. Her best friend gives a subtle smirk, inwardly mocking that the rival is really still just a green kid who hasn't experienced the real world. Rowoon excitedly urges the group to get moving to break the awkward silence, putting Sara in a tight spot between the two guys' showdown. Eunpa unexpectedly steps close to remind Sara that her mom is waiting and urges her to keep walking, making the blonde guy inwardly curse him as a sly old fox. The streetlights suddenly flicker repeatedly in the night, as if witnessing the unstable and turbulent beats in the hearts of the young people. Sara walks silently with a somber expression, softly closing her eyes and wondering whether these strange flutterings are merely her own illusion. Sara forced an awkward smile to ease the suffocating tension between the two guys, secretly wondering why they were taking things so overly seriously. Eun-pa unexpectedly pulls Sara close to his chest to dodge an oncoming car, leaving her flustered and questioning why her best friend is acting so intimately protective today. With a cold face, Eun-pa narrows his eyes at Ro-won in defiance, asking what his issue is to be showing such an unpleasant attitude. Sara screams internally from sheer exhaustion, trying to change the subject by asking about the duration of their friendship to divert the confrontation. Ro-won slightly tilts his head, observing with deep eyes, and comments that Sara and Eun-pa seem extremely close and understanding of each other. She innocently confirms that they have been together for 15 long years, a period long enough to make them inseparable. Ro-won thoughtfully repeats the number 15 and sarcastically remarks that Eun-pa is truly someone who refuses to let go, while expressing regret for not meeting Sara since childhood. The blonde guy jokes that she must have been very cute as a child, leaving Sara startled and confused as she turns around, unsure of his intentions. Ro-won suddenly reaches out and takes hold of Sara's small hand, softly noting that even now that she's grown up, her hands are still far too delicate compared to his. He gently intertwines his vein of fingers with Sara's hand, inwardly admiring her fair skin and delightfully attractive petite size. Ro-won looks straight into Sara's eyes and softly whispers that tonight's weather is truly freezing. She stands stunned with bright red cheeks, her mind completely confused as to what on earth is going on with this younger coworker. Sara steals a side glance at Eun-pa standing right beside them, feeling utterly embarrassed to face this ambiguous situation in front of her best friend. Despite her confusion, a strange curiosity arises deep within her heart regarding the true intention behind Ro-won's actions. The blonde boy speaks up to break the silence, bringing up the 15 years of friendship with a tone full of mockery. Ro-won bluntly challenges Eun-pa on why after all those years he still only sees her as a friend, whereas to him, Sara is a woman full of charm. Eun-pa quietly lowers his head to hide the flicker of hesitation in his eyes, telling himself that in this moment he only wants to confirm one thing. Her best friend's gaze turns deep as he silently wonders what expression Sara will show in the face of his rival's bold declaration of war. The night envelopes the high-rise apartment buildings beneath the starry sky, where youthful feelings are gradually spiraling out of control. The clock silently ticks toward 2 a.m., bringing a long, chaotic day to a close, with Sang-hyuk already fast asleep on the sofa. Sara lies curled up under her blanket, but her mind is still extremely chaotic after the rapid succession of events. She suddenly sits up with a haggard face and lets out an annoyed sigh because she simply cannot catch a single wink of sleep. Sara continuously tosses and turns in bed, asking herself what she should do trapped between the intense rivalry of the two guys. She lies dazed with heavy eyelids, her mind continuously haunted by Ro-won's deep, intense expression from earlier. A headache hits her as she recalls Ro-won abruptly interrupting the conversation between her and her best friend out of nowhere. Amidst the quiet space of her bedroom, Sara sits up, staring into nothingness, silently asking herself who she truly cares about. Returning to reality on the street, Eun-pa stands dazed, recalling Ro-won's firm assertion of seeing Sara as a woman, inwardly scolding that guy for not knowing his boundaries. He loudly urges Sara to hurry up and keep walking, while making up an excuse that he needs to stop by her place to grab back a few food containers. Sara snaps back to reality upon realizing her best friend's valid reason, stammering an agreement and hurriedly following Eun-pa's back. Ro-won stands quietly behind them watching their bond, his hands unconsciously clenching. Sara trudged through the dark night with a heavy heart, secretly feeling that the atmosphere among her friends had now become incredibly awkward. The image of Eun-pa, who had always protected her since childhood, suddenly came to mind, making Sara question what she was truly expecting from this 15-year relationship. Returning to her room, she lay blankly on her bed staring at the ceiling, trying to brush off the chaotic thoughts surrounding her mind. Suddenly her mother opened the door, walked in, and suggested choosing a meaningful gift for her tutor, Seowon, to celebrate the end of her exams. Listening to her mother endlessly praise Seowon's teaching efforts over the past year, Sara could only reply awkwardly, while her heartbreak still smoldered. The image of the gift bag appeared as a testament to gratitude, but for her right now, It was an incredibly awkward psychological burn. Her mother thoughtfully considered the gift, without knowing that her daughter had secretly met and been ruthlessly rejected by that very teacher earlier. She generously handed over her bank card and urged Sara to take the initiative to ask her teacher out for a meal to give him the gift, leaving the girl frozen in utter shock. Sara's eyes showed clear anxiety as she silently wondered if she had enough courage to face the one she loved one more time. Throwing herself onto the bed and staring at her phone, Sara tossed and turned, struggling with the thought of whether it would be too shameless to initiate contact first. Sara Moon thrashed around on her bed, trying to reassure herself that contacting Seowon again was just a reluctant task requested by her mother. Her trembling hands began typing each cautious line of the message to broach the subject of a gratitude gift after the stressful exams. She sat there in a daze, calculating the meeting time, worried that the busy year-end holidays would leave him with no time for her. Despite her hesitation, Sara took a risk and pressed the send button, but immediately cried out in bitter regret for such an abrupt action. Extreme panic made her curl up on the bed, her mind spinning with tens of thousands of fears about being rejected by Seowon once again. Sara nervously fidgeted around, worrying that this initiative would only make her more annoying and hateful in the eyes of the one she loved. Even though she considered deleting the messaging app to escape reality, she decided to face it to the end and wait for the most definitive outcome. Just when her mind was as tight as a bowstring, a new message notification suddenly popped up, startling her so badly that she almost dropped her phone. Sara held her breath, watching every movement on the screen, both worried that her teacher was busy and terrified of the prospect of being deliberately ignored by him. A long day passed in mental exhaustion. She lay flat with soulless eyes and bitterly realized that the pain of a failed, unrequited love was truly too cruel. A Kakao Talk message notification suddenly rang out, shattering the quiet space and causing Sara's heart to start beating rapidly with tension. Her eyes widened in astonishment, with sweat dotting her forehead as she prepared to face the fateful response from her crush. Her gaze suddenly became heavy with sorrow as her mind was clouded by thousands of worries about a less-than-ideal outcome. Seowon politely sent a refusal because he already had plans, making Sara painfully wonder to herself if that teacher was intentionally avoiding her. Suppressing her extreme disappointment, she threw herself onto the bed, planning to text him about mailing the gift to retain her last shred of self-respect. Suddenly, Seowon changed his mind and suggested meeting on the 31st, making Sara go crazy with joy, her face lighting up with unbelievable happiness. An excited scream echoed throughout the apartment complex in the middle of the night, signaling that her luck was truly far from over. Meanwhile, Seowon sat quietly alone on his bed, his profound gaze observing every movement on his phone screen. He slightly narrowed his eyes, wondering about Sara's 20th birthday plans, secretly worried that he might be intruding on her private time with friends. Facing the enthusiastic response from his student, even though Seowon briefly considered postponing the date to January, he ultimately gave a decisive confirmation. Seowon smiled softly, remembering the moment his little student was hurt, secretly feeling relieved to see that she had gradually regained her cheerfulness. In the store's busy kitchen, Sara suddenly froze in amazement when she caught sight of Rowoon's silhouette still working diligently, even though his shift had ended long ago. The blonde boy looked up at his senior and gently remarked that her mood seemed exceptionally better today than usual. Sara radiantly revealed the good news that she was about to have a date with Seowon, making her eyes sparkle with undeniable happiness. Outside the window, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall in pure white, covering the city, signaling an upcoming romantic turning point. Rowoon suddenly became unusually solemn. He lightly placed his hands on the table and called Sara's name in a low, contemplative voice. The young man's eyes suddenly became strangely gentle, as if he was trying to suppress an intense emotion rising in his heart. He hesitated slightly, as if he had just found the courage to express the deepest thoughts swirling in his mind. Rowoon looked straight into Sara's eyes and sincerely told her that if she ever felt sad again, she should remember to come to him to share her feelings. Sara pondered for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. She confidently agreed and challenged that he must be the one to initiate contact first. Sara nervously stood in front of the mirror choosing her outfit, secretly thinking that even the heavens seemed to be redecorating the sky to celebrate the date between her and Seowon. She hurriedly ran off in the cold wind, her heart filled with excitement at being able to spend the final moments before the threshold of her 20s beside the one she loved. As soon as she saw the familiar figure in the distance, Sara called out his name loudly, causing Seowon to startle and turn around with a look of surprise. His eyes suddenly became incredibly gentle as he affectionately called her name, making the young girl's heart once again flutter uncontrollably with happiness. Quietly observing his every movement, Sara silently marveled that everything was still as perfect and charming as she had long expected. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she affirmed to herself that Seowon was the only man she wanted to officially date. Standing frozen before her teacher's captivating presence, Sara silently repeated the name Seowon like a vow for her unrequited love. The date officially began in the quiet atmosphere of the restaurant, where hot dishes had already been served, waiting for their throbbing souls. Seowon gently expressed his gratitude that she had taken the initiative to contact him again, and admitted he felt terrible for not being able to speak up first after that turbulent evening. His overly sincere confession shocked Sara to the point of freezing. She hurriedly explained that she didn't feel bothered or blame him at all. Sara bowed her head apologetically, hesitantly admitting that she had been too hot-headed when she accidentally denied all the dedication and devotion that Seowon had given her. She felt extremely remorseful, silently blaming herself for acting so childishly and affirming that she was the one who needed to offer the most sincere apology. Facing this apology, Seowon observed silently with a profound, thoughtful gaze, seemingly re-evaluating the relationship between the two of them. He unexpectedly gave a forgiving smile and gently assured her that it was nothing to worry about, dispelling the surrounding tension. Looking at the tempting sushi spread, Seowon took the initiative to suggest they stop apologizing back and forth so they could focus on enjoying their delicious dinner. Sara turned slightly with grace, her cloud-like hair falling over her slender bare shoulders, making the surrounding space suddenly become incredibly poetic. Feeling his gaze, her cheeks suddenly flushed bright red with shyness as ambiguous feelings began to spread. She smiled radiantly with happiness, silently cheering in her heart that the current situation seemed to be progressing very smoothly. Under the table, Sara fidgeted her feet nervously as if trying to suppress the extreme excitement surging in her chest. Gazing at the mesmerizing expression of the man in front of her, Sara told herself that she definitely didn't come here to expect anything, but her heart couldn't stop pounding. The dry sound of the electronic door lock echoed, signaling that both had returned home, officially concluding the date to step into a quiet, private space. Seowon quietly took off his thick coat while Sara stood dazedly at the entrance. She silently felt her heart rate accelerating, filled with confusion at the enveloping silence. Suddenly, he turned back to look at her and gently asked if she wanted to take a shower first, leaving Sara so shocked that she froze, completely unprepared for this highly ambiguous situation.